your empire. Welcome to day 2 of Redefining the Future of the Mortgage Industry. We have an amazing group of people that are going to be speaking for you today. We're going to be starting off with Sam Abazari, and we got Kobe Heckler, Brianna Harris Kimbra. Of course, we have Shiretta and Jaquincia, and of course, Harish from Arrive. And then, of course, our final speaker, our keynote speaker is Wayne Salmans. So we got a lot going on today, a lot of awesome stuff to get to. So I am going to bring on our first guest. So give me 1 second here to do that. Good morning, Sam. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well. It's good to be here.
Yes, I'm excited to have you, man. I appreciate you joining us. And, like I said, it's always exciting to have some new faces, on the programs that I do. And excited to, hear what you have to say and what you have to offer, to our audience, because, I've heard great things about you and what you do.
I appreciate the kind words. I'm honored to be here. Everyone speaks very highly of you, of this event. So I want to make sure I get really tactical and offer a lot of value to people. So whenever you guys are ready, I'm ready.
Yeah. Well, tell us first why we get started here and people start filing in. I mean, tell us about yourself and what you are up to.
So my name is Sam Abazari. I run a coaching program called Level Up. It's really specific to a mortgage company called U Mortgage. I coach 120 loan officers on average. 25% of my students, or a quarter of my students, double their business every 3 months. My students outperform the market by anywhere between 100 to 300% every quarter. My top loan officer made $2 million last year. About 10% of my loan officers make at least around $1 million. Sometimes it's a little under, like 950, 900. So I really focus on my students making a ton of money. What I really strive to do is get everyone to at least 10 loans a month, because that's where I believe the magic happens in this industry. At 10 loans a month, you're making a ton of money. You have the team, you have the systems, everything is dialed in for you to live your best life and enjoy it very much. Now, I do focus on referral-based business. I don't do online leads just because I don't know them. I know the referral game, and I think it's the most fun one. It becomes a lifestyle business where you can have the most fun and make great living while doing it.
Absolutely, man. And so how long have you been doing the coaching side of things?
Just about 2 years. I started doing coaching 2 years ago. I started very small with just 8 people, again, for U Mortgage, and we kind of it grew organically. Those 8 people told other people, and in 4 months it was 40 people, and after a year it was about 100 people, and we've held steady at 120. That's kind of my capacity, so we just limited to 120 people now.
Awesome. Well, man, I'm excited to have you on, and like I said, share with us just real quick, and then I'll get out of the way. What are you going to be sharing with us today?
So today we're going to talk about the 3 sales systems that will get any loan officer to 10 loans a month. So I'm going to focus on the overview of it, and if anyone wants anything specific, you can reach out to me on LinkedIn, and I'm happy to share all the information, the details with you on any given step.
Awesome, man. Well, hey, I'm going to jump out of the way. I got your presentation pulled up here, so I'm going to get out of here, get to the green room, and I will let you take over.
Thank you, sir. All right, guys, let's get started. If you're ready to get started, just put in the chat, ready, yes, let's go something. I feed off of your energy, so please work with me, put it in the chat. So we're going to talk about the 3 systems that will get any loan officer to 10 loans a month using a self-gen business. And the first one is going to be the sales roadmap. This is specifically for getting referral partners from strangers and turning them into referral partners. I like to think of it as a sales roadmap. So as we go through it, you can also think about the current people that you have, mainly realtors. Think about where they are on the roadmap. It's 6 steps. You have sales activity and you have an objective, a commitment objective. The first step is prospecting. Prospecting is the act of reaching out to strangers. And what we want to do when we prospect is we want to give something for free without any expectations to those people. Now, when we prospect, we also want to make sure these are people that have the capacity to send us business. So when we reach out to realtors, they have capacity to send us the business that we want. If we reach out to homeless people, they do not have the capacity to send us business, so it doesn't work as well. So we reach out, we offer something of value for free without any expectations. Some of those people are going to be interested in what we have to offer. Those are now leads. On average, the number I'm seeing is if you reach out to 4 people, 1 person's going to be interested in what you have to offer. You can also get 1 in 3. 1 in 3 is kind of the best you can expect. Now, what do you do with that lead? What that potential referral partner is interested, what do you do? Well, then you set an appointment. Now, the appointment is where a lot of people get it wrong. You need 3 things for an appointment. You need the date, you need the time, and you need the place. If you're missing even one of those things, you don't have an appointment, you have a wishful thinking. You want the appointment so you can actually have the time to present your value. Because here in prospecting, you gave something of value, but now you need to present your true value as a loan officer so they can make an informed decision if they want to work with you. Now, presenting value has a formula to it, but ultimately what you want to do is you want to build credibility. You want to show how you're different from thousands of other loan officers, and you want to build trust along the way. Because if there's no trust, none of this works. After we present our value, this is where I see most of my 120 loan officers struggle. This is where I have to work with them the most, and that's the close, gaining commitment. Now, let me simplify close as much as I can. Close has 3 pieces to it. You share very clearly what you want. They share very clearly what they want from you, and you both agree on it. If you have those 3 things, you have it closed. So an example is you go to Starbucks, you say, I want coffee with cream. You have clearly stated what you want. You even put the size in there. They tell you the price. They have clearly told you what they want from you. You agree and you pay. That's a close. You tell them what you want, they tell you what they want, and you agree on it. That's a close. That's simplified. Once you have an agreement, that now you have closed them. The business, our work really starts after we have the commitment. That's when the aftercare comes in. That's where the follow-up comes in. That's everything that we promised here in the presentation of value. When we told them, this is what I'll do for you, this is my value, that shows your differentiation, you're going to start doing it here. Loan officers also go wrong here pretty frequently. They think that their job ends once they get a commitment, whereas it starts. And as long as you're in this aftercare step and follow-up, you are going to get referrals. The moment you are no longer taking care of your realtors or referral partners, that's the moment that you have lost them as a referral partner. The point here is doing everything you promised in the presentation of value to the point that they say, wow. They become raving fans. And raving fans are going to sing your praises and ask for, and give you referrals. You have earned the right to ask for referrals. You will get it. And you will constantly take care of them. Provide that aftercare and follow up, and they will constantly give you referrals and say, wow. That is the sales map. That is the sales process for converting strangers into referral partners. By the way, guys, if you have any questions, put them in the chat. I will get to it either now if it's a quick one, or I can answer it at the end. But now, this is the entire sales roadmap. As you think through your own business, your own referral partners, real estate agents is usually the best example because we all chase real estate agents. And you've been chasing these realtors for a long time, but you're not getting any referrals. Ask yourself, where have I gone wrong? Have I presented my value? Have I closed? Do I follow up and follow through on my promises or not? And if you haven't, then it's time to go back and complete the step and move to the next step. So that's system 1. This is the roadmap. What I'm going to cover today, system 2 and system 3, is how to go from prospecting to closing, and then I'll also cover the aftercare. So I'll give you the 2 systems that make each one of these steps really, really simple. So the first one is open house. We call it the weekend warrior. What it is, it's really just the process, again, to prospect strangers, to turn them into leads by giving them something of value, to have an appointment, to present our value during that appointment, and to close them. Here's how it works. It's about open houses. Open houses, I find to be the best way to meet real estate agents and turn them into referral partners, but not for the reason you think. And I do them a little differently. I learned this from Andrew Chavez. He's a loan officer that used exclusively open houses to do 400 loans in a year, only in his third or fourth year in the business. So they work really well. But instead of just popping by open houses, we're going to do them differently. We're going to first start 2 or 3 days before you want to attend. So we start on a Tuesday and Wednesday. We go find open houses on Zillow, Google, Redfin, doesn't matter, wherever you want, whatever platform you want, doesn't matter. For your first ones, start with cheaper properties. So in some markets, that's $100,000. In some markets, it's $200,000-$300,000. But start with properties that are for first-time home buyers, just so you can practice. Here's what you do, and I'm going to go into the script in a second. You want to call them and ask them to sponsor that open house. So here's the script. Good morning. This is your name with your company. This is my presentation for my company. The reason that I'm calling is that I saw that you have an open house on XYZ date on XYZ address, and I have an opportunity to sponsor an open house for that date. When I sponsor open houses, I bring snacks, drinks, marketing materials, and I share it on social media to help you drive engagement. Does that sound good to you? The key things here, guys, in the script are the things that are underlined here. The reason that I'm calling, and also the word sponsor. These are the things of value that we're going to give for free without any expectation. We are finding that from every 3 calls, we are getting 1 open house scheduled. So we are going from prospect to appointment with this simple script. Now, when they say yes, you can have a conversation, answer their questions, and then say, after we hang up, I will send you a text with my email. If you can email or text me your logo and headshot, I will be able to make the marketing materials. Perfect. So again, remember, this is what you're bringing. You're sponsoring it. So you bring snacks, drinks, marketing materials, and you post it on social media. Once you have the open house scheduled, this is what you do. You make sure you text them immediately after with your email address for their logo and headshot. And then once you receive that logo and a headshot, make sure you can create marketing flyers. You can do it on Canva. You can use Canva for free, guys. So there's nothing you need to pay for here. And make sure your open house kit is good. And open your house kit, the snacks and the drinks and the food. Please keep it cheap. You can have a perfect kit for under $15, under $20 in most markets. Maybe if you're in New York City or in California, you might have to spend $25, but the open house kit, do not go all out. Keep it very cheap. Now, this is the most important part before the open house. It's your post on social media. You post the open house and you tag the agent. This is really important. The tag is important. It shows that you're following through on your promise, but it also extends to their network. Their network can see it. I'm going to be fully transparent with you guys. The social media post does nothing for the open house itself, but it does everything for building the relationship between you and this stranger, this realtor that you had just called a couple days earlier. So it's really important that you post this open house on social media and you tag the realtor. Now, we are getting to the open house. We want to show up with value. So we want to research the neighborhood, know the streets a little bit, know the schools, know what parks are around, know the major highways or the train stations or the bus stations, depending on where you are. Again, just know basic things. Like if you can find 4 to 5 pieces of information about the neighborhood, you are good. Be on time. On time means 15 minutes early. This is why it's important. You're going to help them set up. You're going to help them set up the signs. You're going to turn on the lights, open the shades, bring a bit of Febreze with you. And if the bathroom smells or any room smells, spray it. This is all helping you build goodwill. And the open house kit, that's just the marketing material. Bring it with you. set it up on tables so people can access it. Everything we're doing right now is just to look good in front of the realtor. Remember, we're presenting our value. We're building trust here. We're building credibility, and we're differentiating ourselves because almost no other loan officer is going to this level of helping the realtor out. So by doing these things, we are literally going through the sales process and building our credibility and differentiation. So what do we do during the open house? For as much as possible, we'd want to do no mortgage talk. Notice that I didn't say no business talk. I said no mortgage talk. So you want to focus on them, and you want to use this thing called FORM. It stands for family, occupation, recreation, and motivation. So you can talk about their work. That's occupation. You can talk about business. That's their occupation. But use this as a way to build the personal relationship with them a little bit more. And here's what you're asking yourself in the open house. Can I be friends with you? Do I like you? If I invite you over to my house with my wife, with my husband, with my kids, like you, if the answer is yes, then congratulations. You have a potential new referral partner. And if the answer is no, it's not a problem. There's thousands of open houses. We're going to do another one like the following day. We should ideally do one every weekend. Realistically, we can only work with 40 realtors. So if we go to 2 open houses a weekend, we have an opportunity to meet 100 referral partners every year just from open houses and handpick the 40 that we want to work with. So it's not about just closing them and converting everyone. It's about them also interviewing with you to see if they're worth your time and you want to do life and business with them at the same time. So during the open house, no mortgage talk. Again, you can talk business, just no mortgage. During the open house, you'll see a lot of people coming through. Hopefully, that's not always the case. Be direct, help them out. First, the realtor takes the people coming in. If they're busy, then you help them out. The key here is you want to ask them, and you can work this any way you want. This isn't mandatory. You want to ask them, are you working with an agent? Which agent are you working? And the most important thing is have a sense of curiosity when you talk to people that are walking through the open house. That sense of curiosity opens them to share with you, reduces their guard, but you also find information that you can share with the realtor to help their business. Here's the best script that I have learned from a top realtor who gets about 3 to 4 buyers, clients, like closings, not just leads, from open houses every month. As people are leaving, he goes to the people and says, hey, do you have any feedback on this property? The sellers really want to know what they should work on to fix it. You need to have a pen and paper in front of you, and whatever they tell you, whatever feedback it is, you take notes. And then suddenly you say, is that what you guys are looking for? I actually think I have a listing coming up on the market with that description. Do you want me to send it over to you? And if they say yes, congratulations, you have a hot lead. So you take their phone number, you take their email, obviously you get their name, and you pass it on to the realtor. And the realtor's job is to go find that listing that fits that description and send it to them and then take them out. You just help them get a potential buyer. You generated a hot lead for them. Again, when we talk about differentiation, what does every realtor say? Hey, help me generate business. Great. This is how you generate business, and you didn't have to spend thousands of dollars on ads or Zillow leads. You just gave 2 hours of your weekend where you got to deepen the relationship with them and help them generate a lead. Congratulations, you have almost won over the relationship. Here's what you do after. When it's about to, and you offer to follow up with all the leads, divvy up the leads the way it happened, you add them in your CRM, you follow up with them, you convert them for them, you clean up. Again, you have to be a good human being, help them clean up, don't leave early, close the shades, turn off the lights, then assume the close. Say, hey, I'll send you an email on Monday with some of my information. And here is where you tell them, remember with the close, you tell them exactly what you want, ask them what they want from you, and you make an agreement or you don't. Tell them, hey, I want us to do 2 deals together. What do you want from me besides everything that I just did today to work together, to send me those 2 deals a year? And whatever they tell you, if you can do it, accept it. If not, Tell them what you can do in place. And if there's an agreement, congratulations. You have won over a referral partner. So the open house strategy, this, by the way, this is you're going from like Tuesday to Saturday is like how long it takes you to win over a referral partner. I don't know any other system. This is why I love the open house strategy. I don't know any other system, and I coached on a lot of systems. I don't know any other system that helps us get a referral partner so quickly with so much value. Again, in the sales roadmap, we went from prospecting on a Tuesday on a cold call to getting a commitment in about 4 days. Any questions, guys? I'm going to take a sip of water. If there's any questions, put it in the chat. If anything stood out to you, please put it in the chat. All right. Fantastic. Let's move on to the last 2 steps. Because even if you close them, none of it matters until we follow through and do what we promised them. That's the aftercare and follow-up. So I'm going to give you guys the third and final system for aftercare and follow-up. It's called the account executive strategy. This is the system that we use to make it easy for us to call realtors, or really all of our referral partners, including financial advisors. And this system gets people excited to take our calls. So if you're someone who makes calls and you've used this script, hey, did you work or did you play this weekend? Please stop it. If everyone says it, all the realtors are sick of it. Maybe they like it, they think it's funny the first time you hear it, by the 10th time they're sick of it. So use the account executive strategy, and it's not really a script, it's a strategy, it's a system that makes you look like a real partner and a human being instead of just a script machine. Here's how it works. It has 2 parts. Part 1 is a quadrant. And by the way, guys, I learned this from a realtor out in Washington who does $300 million a year in funding. I think this past year he did a little under it. So this is what he taught me. It works incredibly. All my top loan officers are religiously using the account executive strategy. It has 2 parts again. Part 1 is these quadrants. When you're calling your realtor or again financial advisor, you're deciding which 2 quadrants you're going to go into, because you're definitely not going to do all 4. That is overwhelming. You're picking 1 or 2 quadrants to go into, no more than 2. That's the limit. The left-hand part of the quadrant is their business. This is their money. So you want to stay here as much as possible. So if you have any leads, you want to talk about the leads. If you have any pre-approvals, you want to talk about the pre-approvals. This is the stuff that they care the most about. And by the way, guys, if you don't know what your value is as a loan officer, I'll tell it to you right now. You're a walking, talking, converting, updating CRM for your referral partners, specifically realtors. Like they don't have systems in place. They don't track leads. If you ask them, how do you track your leads? They tell you their text messages. That's not a system, especially when you're in the business for a long time. So it's your job to track those leads and help them convert them. This is how you do it. This system is how you do it. So if you have leads or pre-approvals, that's what you talk about. You talk about what's going on with the lead. You brainstorm ideas to help them convert. This is not just you talking at them. This is a conversation that you have with your realtors about their leads and pre-approvals. Now, let's say that you don't have any leads or pre-approvals, or you haven't gotten anything from them in a long time. Then you go on the right-hand part of the quadrant. Here you have go-to conversation and inviting them to something. Go-to conversation is something that it can be anything like sales tactic, underwriting guideline, team systems, lunch and learn, loan program, industry update, market update. It doesn't matter. The beautiful thing here is that you pick one topic, and that's your topic for everybody for that week. So for example, one of my favorite sales tactics is when you ask for referrals, instead of saying, hey, if you come across anyone that's looking to buy or rent, introduce them to me. Instead, you say, who do you know that's thinking about buying or renting? Because the brain starts to work differently and it starts to look for people that are looking to buy. So it increases your odds of getting a referral. So that's a great sales tactic, and that can be your talking point for every realtor that you call that week. So you don't have to constantly think about what am I going to talk about. If you don't have leads or pre-approval, that sales tactic is your go-to conversation. And that's something of value that you call them and share with them. So they're excited to hear from you every time you call them. Look at it from the realtor's perspective in this situation. Every time you call them, even if it's every week, it's about their business, how they can make more money, literally their leads and pre-approvals, or it's something that they can use to make more money. That is exciting to them. They look forward to your calls when you use this strategy. And finally, you can invite them to something if you want. I know some of you guys hate doing happy hours, lunches, coffee. It's okay. You don't have to do it. But if you want, you can invite them to something. The thing I recommend the most for people to invite realtors or referral partners to is to anything that you enjoy doing. I love playing soccer. So I invite my realtors to come play soccer with me or hang out with me, watch me play soccer. I literally ask them, come watch me play soccer. And they love it. It's just a fun little activity for them. So do life with your realtors as much as possible. Do the things you enjoy, and the ones that also enjoy those things are going to gravitate towards you. So you don't have to do anything you don't want to do, but if you're going to do it the things that you would do anyway. That makes it a million times easier and more enjoyable. And that is part one. This is the reason they pick up the phone. It's exciting to them. It's their money. This is how they make money. It's like 5 minutes of tips every week or every other week for them on how to make more money. It becomes the most important part of their business. But part two is about deepening the relationship. It's that same form conversation again. You pick one of these topics, family, occupation, recreation, or dreams, and you go deep on it. You ask them about their family. By the way, this is not a checklist. You don't jump from family to occupation to recreation and dreams and say that was successful. It's not how it works. You pick one and you go deep on it. So if you ask them about kids, you want to just keep asking questions about their kids. That's the best part. If they tell you they have a kid going to college and they're stressed out, you want to keep asking, why are you stressed out? How's your kid feeling? What school are they going to? What are they going to do? How are you going to do it? How are you going to deal with the distance? Have you guys come to the plan to actually visit each other? You guys notice how many conversations and questions you can ask to go deep on the relationship? That's what you want to do. You want to go deep on the relationship. Because the deeper you go in the relationship, the more you know about them and the more they know about you, the more they are willing to accept any mistakes that you make and forgive them. And mistakes are inevitable. We make them. It's 100% chance you're going to make a mistake. So you can't prevent that. You can reduce it, and you should, but you can't completely prevent it. So what you want to do is build enough goodwill so when you make a mistake, you are forgiven quickly. So in the account executive strategy, you first help them make more money, but then you go deep in the relationship. So guys, those were the 3 systems. I'm going to do a quick recap for you. First, you have the sales roadmap for turning strangers into referral partners. It's 6 steps, and each step has an objective. First, you prospect, you give people something of value without any expectations. If they're interested and they want it, they turn into a lead. With that lead, you set an appointment where you have date, time, and place. You present your value, and presentation of value is building credibility, building trust, and differentiating yourself from the hundreds, if not thousands, of other loan officers in your market. Then you close. Again, close is telling what you want specifically and exactly and clearly, them telling you what they want specifically, exactly, and clearly, and coming to an agreement on those things. Then you go into aftercare and follow-up. That's just you doing everything you promised that you would do, which makes them say, wow, become raving fans who send you referrals. That's system 1. That's the roadmap. System 2 is the open house strategy that gets you from prospecting strangers to closing, getting commitment. And all you do is you look at open houses that are happening over the weekend. You call until you have 2 scheduled. Ideally, if you want to do 1, you can do 1. If you want to do 4, you can. It's totally up to you. You call them, you ask to sponsor the open house. That's something of value that you give for free. The key thing here is post it on social media and tag them, tag. That's the most important thing. It builds goodwill. You show up early, you help them set up. You don't talk mortgage, you can talk business, but you really focus on the relationship. And then once you have the commitment to keep working together, you use the account executive strategy, which has two parts. Part one focuses on their money, and part two focuses on the relationship to deepen it, to deepen the relationship. Guys, these are the three systems. If you just implement these three systems, you can get to 10 loans a month. And here's how the math works. Let's say you go to 2 open houses every weekend, and you go to, for 50 weekends out of the year, you go to 2. That's 100 realtors. That's 100 realtors that you're meeting. You can realistically only work with 40 of them. So you pick 40 realtors. You ask every one of these realtors to send you 3 deals a year. That puts you at 120. And you use the account executive strategy to stay in front of them and follow up with them. That puts you at 120. That's 10 loans a month. But let's say each realtor sends you only 2 deals a year. That's 80. Well, you still have all the referrals you're going to get from your current clients. That's you. You can pick up the listing agents. There's other things that you can do. Your friends and family will come to you. These realtors will introduce you to other realtors. These 3 systems will get you to 10 loans a month. That is life-changing money. That's when this business truly becomes fun, because you have team members setting up the files for you, doing the grunt work, and you focus on the best part, which is the relationships, having fun, doing life with people that you enjoy doing life with, and making a ton of money for it. I hope this was helpful. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them. I don't see all the questions. Actually, the chat doesn't work so well for me. So if there's anything, please let me know.
Someone was asking if they were going to get a copy of your slideshow. I did tell them that the replay will be sent out to them so they can rewatch it and catch back up.
Yeah, and if anyone wants, I'm happy to share it. If any part of this isn't clear, guys, reach out to me. LinkedIn is the best part, but I'll also share my phone number here. Is that okay if I share my phone number?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, perfect. So if you have anything is unclear and you want more information, you can reach out to me. My cell phone number is 617-935-5790. I'm more than happy to share any specific system here in more detail with you. We can jump on a video or just a phone call or even a text if it's quick, and I'll share the details.
All right, awesome. I know I found you on LinkedIn, but are you on Facebook at all?
I'm not on Facebook. I'm a loser. My fiance calls me a loser. I only have LinkedIn as my social media. I don't even have Instagram. I use Instagram to find like the menu of the nearby restaurants.
That's just LinkedIn, huh?
Just LinkedIn.
Yeah, I tried to tag you on
system.
Facebook, and I'm like, I don't think he has Facebook. I don't see him anywhere.
I haven't logged on it since high school, I don't think, honestly.
That's funny. Well, we got, like 7 minutes here. So anybody have any questions for Sam that he can answer while we're on the live here?
By the way, guys, forgive me if I look over here. This is where my second screen is.
Yeah, same with me. I'm always looking over to the other side.
If there's no questions here, I can kind of share on how to close if you want.
Yeah, go ahead.
Perfect. Guys, the biggest, is my screen being shared or no?
I can bring it back up if you want.
Perfect. So closing, guys, again, it has 3 parts to it. What do you want? What does the other person want? Do you come to an agreement? And the example I used was in a coffee shop. I want a small coffee with cream. Cool, that's $4.50. Agreement, you pay with your card or cash. That's the simplest form of close. The key and the hard part is getting clarity on what their expectation is from you and what you communicating what you clearly want. So as an example, what do we say when we ask realtors, what do you want in your loan officers? They say, I want communication, good communication. I want speed. I want help with my business. And most loan officers drop it there. But the problem with that is it's not clear enough. What does good communication mean? What does fast mean? At what stage do you want fast? Do you want fast if they reach out to me, I respond to them quickly? Do you want me to order their appraisal fast? Do you want me to close their loan fast? Like what does fast mean? What does good communication mean? What does help with business mean? So you want to ask a lot of questions to clearly understand what the realtor is asking of you. I'm going to give you a tip. I'm going to just kind of tell with you what they all want. Here's what good communication means. Good communication means that they want themselves and their clients to always know what's happening now, currently, what they have to do, when they have to do it by, and what happens next. If they have those 4 pieces of information, you have good communication. What they mean by fast is that they can expect a response generally within an hour or 2. Keyword there is expect. That means if someone calls you or texts you, they don't necessarily want you to jump on a call with them or respond, give them an answer right away. They just want to know that you saw it and that you will get back to them. So if you just send a text or email saying, hey, I will get back to you later today by end of day, that is it. That is speed. That's it. That's what people say speed. That's it. No one's talking about closing in 15 loans. Rarely is anyone that is asking for that. No one's asking for rushed appraisals. They would like some of those things, but that's not what they're asking for. And when it comes to helping their business, all they want is a partner, someone that they can rely on to help them pick them up when they're down. So when you go to the open house, you help them generate buyers from the open house for them. That is you helping their business. When you do the account executive strategy and you track their leads and you convert it at a high level, that's you helping them. You're being a business partner with them. So that is how you close. Just get clarity from them so they understand even what they want. So then you can be specific with how you're going to help. And then in return, you are specific with what you want. How many closings you want. That's how specific you need to be. And when it comes to asking for how many closings you want, the best you can ever expect is 50% of their buy sides. So if they're doing 10 buy sides a year, the best you can realistically do is 5. So ask for 3. So ask for about a quarter of the buy side that they're doing. You might get more, but ask for a quarter so it's not intimidating. They can test you out. And that's you being specific, and that's them being specific with you. Is that helpful, Mitchell?
Yeah, love it, man. I think you did an amazing job. Looks like we had a lot of audience that agree that they really enjoyed what you had to present. And yeah, go make sure you go check out Sam on social or on LinkedIn. And I put his number in the chat for anybody that needs to get a hold of him. If you're watching this on the replay or anything else. So how long did you say you've been in the industry, Sam?
I've been on the mortgage side, I've been in it for about 5-6 years now. Before that, I was a real estate investor. I was a landlord. Some called me a slumlord, unfortunately. I wasn't, but that's what they called me. So I've been around real estate. I've been around mortgages for a long time, but as in the mortgages, doing loans, 5-6 years now.
It is, sir. Put it in the chat.
Sam Abozeri.
Abozeri, yep. And you can find him on that name on LinkedIn, Billy Joe. There you go. Put that in the chat. Anybody else have any questions for Sam? Well, man, I really appreciate it. You did an amazing job. And I look forward to staying connected with you on LinkedIn. And anything comes up, definitely reach out and definitely see if we can reconnect and do something together again.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. It was an honor to talk to all of you guys. Have a fantastic day. There's great speakers coming up. I hope you enjoy them all. Have a great day. Man.
Absolutely. Thank you. All right, everybody. That was our first speaker, Sam Abozeri. I'm going to bring on our first sponsor. If you were here yesterday, you've seen John. So he is coming back. Hey, John, how are you?
Doing well, man. How are you?
Hey, doing well, man. Where are you at these days? Are you?
I'm in Nashville today.
Nashville, huh? Well, no. One time we were talking, you're on your way to Minnesota, which Hope you're not there today, because in Iowa, I woke up and it was like -3 degrees or something. So
Nope, not heading to Minnesota today.
yeah,
I
stay
tried to avoid
clear of the
winter
Midwest.
during the winter.
Yeah. So
Wasn't bad
what's the
there
weather?
when I
What's
went
the
to the
weather like
games.
that in Nashville?
Oh, it's been a little bit chilly actually, but today is like 45, I think.
Manageable.
Yeah, a little
Awesome.
chilly last couple of days, but today's good.
Yeah. Well, everybody's been snowed clear down to Texas, so I know it's been rough for our southern friends. We've had a little to no snow up here in Iowa, and there's people in Kentucky and Texas that are getting 6 to 10 inches. So I'm thankful for that, but we're just dealing with the cold up here.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, welcome. I appreciate you joining us and being a sponsor as usual. Tell us a little bit about Sales Platoon and what you got going on.
Yeah, so what we are is we are a DoD skill bridge organization. And what that means is that the last 3 to 6 months of a service member's contract, they're allowed to come to us and train for sales and mortgage. And so what we do is we have a 12-week program where we're training them simultaneously while they're working in your office, learning the ins and outs of the mortgage business. We've partnered with some great companies and provided some really good quality candidates. And as you guys know, the VA loan is a very secure loan. They're very familiar with it, even if they're not a mortgage officer, because all of them have had to use it at one point or another. And so it's an easy niche for them to fill. And it's such a tight-knit community. If they just do the regular sales process of lead generation and networking, they could easily do more than the average loan officer does in production. The great thing about it is that for hiring these guys, the federal government will actually incentivize you and give you up to $9,600 in a tax credit. You're not allowed to pay them even if they close a loan in those first 3 months. So that's money that can go back into the organization, or however your P&L works. And we've been a part of what Mitch has been doing since almost the beginning. We love this. We think that all of us need more training, more sales help, and to continue to grow professionally. So if you're interested in potentially hiring transitioning military veterans, feel free to reach out to me. I'll drop my website and my cell phone number inside the chat here, or the comments, whatever it is. And if you guys have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out and ask.
Awesome, man. I really appreciate it and you joining us. And we had Major Singleton on yesterday right after you, and it's funny because it built right into what he said happened with him. He wasn't ready to get out of the military. It just kind of happened.
Yep.
And he got into loans, and just because of his training in the Navy, it really worked out very well for him to utilize some of his strengths, and he was able to become very successful in the industry. So I think a lot of our veterans are probably going to be good at the business because of their background and what they deal with every day, in their line of work. So I think it's a great opportunity for them, but it's also a great opportunity for us in this industry to take people under our wing. And like you said, you're training them, and they're not getting paid from the mortgage company, which is the problem. You bring in people, they can go 6 months without a loan, and you're paying them to learn the business. So this is kind of a way to help that, and with the tax credits and stuff, kind of offsets the cost of doing all that. So if anybody has any questions for John, please reach out to him and give him a call and see if it's something that your company is interested in doing. We'd really appreciate it. Giving these people something to look forward to, and like you said, making $20 an hour isn't ideal for someone.
Ideal. And we all know, even if you're a subpar performer in mortgage, you're going to make more than $20 an hour.
Right. And they deserve a lot more than $20
Absolutely.
an hour after the commitment that they've made to their field and to our country. So Awesome, man. Well, hey, I really appreciate it. You got anything else you want to share with us? I'm still waiting for our next speaker to come on board. So,
if we got a couple minutes and the next speaker's not here yet, if somebody's got a question, they can pop it in the comments or the chat, and then I'll be happy to answer some questions for you guys.
Yeah, that'd be great. Anybody got any questions for John? Just a second here while I reach out. Put your info up there so people can see it.
Okay, we can talk.
Oh, there she's coming in. So,
all right,
she's right on time. But yeah, man, like I said, I really appreciate you helping us out, supporting our events, and we will look forward to seeing you in March.
All right, talk to you soon.
Awesome, appreciate it. Thanks, John. All right, everybody. We are going to be bringing on our next speaker, Brianna Harris Kimbrough. Just give us a second here while we get her ready in the green room here. Just give us 1 second here. Now that we're talking about weather, let's check this out. I want you guys to drop in the chat what the temperature is where you're at right now. I'm looking, it's 5 degrees, feels like -8 here in Iowa. So in the chat, drop in the comments there what the temperature is where you're at so I can feel a little warmer than I am today. All right. 51. Come on, DeQuinthia. You're killing me. 20, 31. Yeah, that's a lot better. 37. 50 degrees. Inches cold. Orlando. Ooh, coming in hot at 59 this morning. Hey, all right, Brianna, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yep, I hear you. I can see you. I can hear you. All good. I don't know if you've seen John, but he's actually in Nashville also. So that's where you're at, right?
Yeah. Who's over here?
John Rinkin. He was just our sponsor. He's in Nashville.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he's an awesome guy. He's always sponsoring our events, and he does a lot for veterans in the military. And they got a real cool program that he was just telling us about to help in the last 3 to 6 months of a veteran's career in the military. They can go into the mortgage industry, and they get paid through the military for the training. And then, once they're done, then, the company can hire them on full time. But it's basically an unpaid internship, that the military pays for, so they can learn about, the program and how to become a loan officer. And it's a good way to transition folks out of the military into, public sector. And like John said, the average is like they get paid an average of $20 an hour once a veteran, leaves the military, which isn't a good living wage. And we can do a lot better for them, here in the mortgage industry. So
yeah, absolutely. I love
really
that.
cool opportunity.
Wonderful.
8. I feel you, Alex. I feel you. 8 degrees wherever you're at. So I'm at like 4. So, well, Brianna, welcome to the show. I appreciate you joining us once again. You're amazing for being here and helping us out. So do you have slides you want to share?
I do. I'm going to do present, correct?
Yep. Just go ahead and present.
All right.
It's not fair. Alex is in Upper Michigan and I'm in Iowa and I'm still colder.
Yeah, it's not too bad here today.
Only 4 degrees colder, but still.
All right. It says my slides are uploading, almost there.
Okay.
So if I go over time, you just got to reel me back in. I always tend to do it.
Now, if you see me pop back on the screen, then that means, we're on the countdown.
Okay, perfect. And for everybody watching, if anybody has questions along the way, please pop them in the chat. I'll stop and answer them. I'm all about getting your questions answered.
You know, you and I started doing this clear back when Jason Frazier had a marketing panel when you were a marketer for, I don't remember who, but, you know, to see your growth and see how well you've taken marketing and turned it into highly successful career already in the mortgage as a loan officer is awesome to see. So I'm excited to see what you got to share, you know, with our audience today. So I'm going to get out of the way and let you take over. And like I said, I'll pop back in when you're getting close to time.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. So for everybody that's listening, I just want to do a quick little intro to myself. I think I even have my intro slide. All right. So I started in mortgages in 2018. I started working at AIM. I was running some social media, and I was also helping manage Brokers Are Better and WMN. So I entered the industry on the marketing side, on the social media side. From there, I went to work for AIM or for Arrive, and I was the head of sales and marketing there. So again, just pushing the needle on creative ways to get in front of people to grow businesses while also leveraging my knowledge in mortgages. So I eventually decided to get licensed and start to, become an LO. I started Broadway Mortgage Group in 2022. I started when I was 9 months pregnant with my son. The picture that you see of me pregnant was actually my announcement of starting Broadway. We are right outside of Nashville. And my biggest thing that I've implemented in my business is everything that I've done from the very day one is marketing and mortgages, mashing them together, find ways to connect with people and help make mortgages something that's very digestible, that's not so scary, that's glamorous in a way, that's fun. Because the biggest thing is people want to work with people. They want to work with people who they feel like they can connect with, that they can talk to. So if I can push that through my social media, through all the marketing I do to build my relationships, it has really taken me a very long way in a very short amount of time. All right, so the best marketing doesn't feel like marketing. Throughout my presentation today, what I'm going to be going over is ways to very easily market yourselves to better connect with your clients, with your agents. So again, if anybody has any questions, if anybody has things that you've been doing that works for you, please comment that in here. I would love to read it. So by saying marketing doesn't feel like marketing, good marketing doesn't feel like marketing, I leverage my everyday life into all of my marketing. That is the best way that I can truly connect with people. So I had my son, and he was with me for the first 10 months of growing my business. He went to every single sales call. He went to every recruiting meeting and me trying to bring LOs on. He was at all of my closings, everything. So I also leverage him in my social media. So I do funny posts that say, realizing you qualify for a mortgage without perfect credit, and it's him being cross-eyed. Or I ride horses. So I did a buy dirt. I do a lot of USDA social media posts, things that I'm already doing on my day to day. I just incorporate that into my marketing. So it's not me going out of my way to put on this persona to be something I'm not, to now it's an extra chore in my life. It's just part of my life. I showcase my life and people connect with that. And then we have, of course, I help realtors a lot. I go to all their open houses that I can. I go to brokers open, things like that. While I'm there, I'll take a photo. So the one at the bottom is a photo from that. Again, it's just part of my day-to-day. I just capture those moments. All right. So I start with always making a list of what makes you you. Break down the most mundane things about yourself, because those are the target spots that connect the best with people. So for me, I'm a mom, I'm a wife, I'm a business owner. I love to paint. I like riding horses. I have 3 dogs. My mom had me when she was 16. I studied art in college. I lived in my car in college. My dream is to buy a farm for my family. All of those things are things about me that I can also build content off of to connect with people. I want people to come to me from me saying things like, I lived in my car in college. Home ownership was so, so important to me. My mom and me, when she was 16, we didn't have anything. I've really tried to support myself my whole life. So for those people who are in that same position, we now have this area that we can bond and we can connect, and they can come to me and ask me these really vulnerable, scary questions. I'm a wife, I'm a mom, I'm a business owner. Now that's an entire other bracket of people that I'm connecting with. But the only way that they can know that about me is if I share that about me. I'm very big on not oversharing. I make sure everything is in a very classy way, that it's not being too much. I don't, use social media as a place to necessarily overly express myself, but I do allow people to connect and get to know me with that platform. All right, people want to work with you, not a company. It could not be more true. If you are someone who wants to post more on social media, but feels like every single picture has to be a graphic or has to have a bunch of text all over it, that's not necessarily what people connect with. As long as you're just posting photos, organic photos, meaning photos of you, your family, your pets, you at closings, they will always perform better than those graphics that have a bunch of verbiage about mortgages all over them, because again, people want to work with you. So before you overthink anything, just put something out there. Let people get to know you and be genuine in what you're doing. People don't, especially in this day and age, people don't want that like used car salesman feel. They want genuine, authentic relationships. This is a very big milestone that we help people with, and they want to connect with you. So these are some fun photos of some of my closings from last year. I like to go to every single one of my closings if I can. I have actually turned my office into a place where almost all of my closings go on. We have 2 in the office tomorrow. So every single room in my office is designed to be a different experience. I don't know if you can still see behind me, but we have an interactive mural where we can take photos at closings. If I have to go to where people are, I do. But when I'm there, we have fun. I send out a jot form before closing, and I take in what people's favorite foods are, beverages, what size they are. I want to bring a little gift that is for them. If they have kids, I'll bring coloring books, something for the kids to do. But then we just have fun. It's not a picture of them just signing their paperwork at the table. I meet them where they're at. We've just accomplished this thing together. I've spoke to them from the day they started and applied. I've answered all of their questions along the way. So you better believe I'm going to be right there with you on the day that you close. We were in this together, and I want you to know that far past closing, I'm still going to be in this with you. Okay, so becoming a true partner. I've already said that open houses are important. I will go to open houses with my realtor partners. If I'm finding that, I have a busy weekend or I can't really dedicate the full 2 hours, it's only 2 hours most of the time, I will do something to where I bounce around to a couple different open houses. I will drop off my marketing material. I'll bring, some waters, things like that, but just show face. If I don't have any open houses scheduled for a weekend, I will just drive around and find them. I'll walk in, introduce myself to the agent. Again, I have in the back of my car, most soccer moms and stuff have it where they can organize all their kids' stuff. I have it organized for open houses. I have a spot for marketing material. I have balloons. I have all this stuff that anybody could need. I walk in, I just shake hands. Hey, do you mind if I take a quick video of the home, get you in it? I would love to put this on my social channel so that my audience can also see this wonderful listing. They love that, and they're so appreciative, and it's so easy. They're not asking for a professional video. You just put your video on, walk around the house, and then push it out. If you're somebody who's like, I'm just not good at editing, I'm not really sure what to do, that's okay. You don't have to be. Any video, any sort of coverage that they can get on that home, they appreciate. Just make sure that you're tagging them in it. If you have nobody come to an open house and you're there with an agent, make the most of that day. I will always have, I use AI for all of my scripts. So it's not anything I'm creating off the top of my head. I will make scripts. We will record videos together. I'll take photos of them at the house to spotlight them at their listing. Anything I can do to make the most of that day if they're not getting a lot of traction. Happy hours. So we also do things to where we just get together for a couple drinks. It'll be there, I'll invite the agent if they want to invite their brokers, or they want to invite a friend, anything like that. Something that's a little bit more laid back, something that's a little different. Coffee isn't for everybody. So this is a great alternative if you're not wanting to go and grab a cup of coffee or go out to lunch, if you're more of an evening person. UWM. I love taking agents to the UWM realtor class. They love it. I also make sure that it is an experience. Everything I do, I monopolize off of it, and I want it to be an experience. So from the moment we get to the airport to the moment that we leave, when we arrive, I've done things where I'll make agents t-shirts that say their brokerage on it, or if they have a fun name that they go by, that'll be on it. I have a Cricut in my office, and it takes me 20 minutes, make it, and they love it. They will wear it on the plane, wear it to UWM when we get there. I'll make sure that all of our travel arrangements are together, just little things. It doesn't have to be anything crazy. I'll have a little present waiting for them when we get there. You just leave it with your AE or figure out a way to put that together. But little tiny things, you're not breaking the bank. I'm not overly extending myself, but I'm making sure that they feel so special and taken care of, and is a memory that they will never forget. And then brokers opens. I know not every place does brokers opens. If you're somewhere that doesn't, maybe start to try them. A brokers open is really just an open house for real estate agents. So whenever I'm asked to help put together a brokers open, we have a lot of fun and make it an experience. With that, we will do things like in this photo that you're seeing, we made fall arrangements. I went to Hobby Lobby. Everything was 50% off. I got cute little vases. I got a bunch of fake flowers, and we just made arrangements, hung out, laughed. We're laughing at some people's arrangements, applauding others. I've done things where it's a scavenger hunt, and you have to take photos in every single room or take a video in the rooms and then post it on social media. And they have not long list, like 6 different things that they have to do. And at the end, if you complete your scavenger hunt, you can enter to win an award. And it's like a vlogging kit or something that's going to help with them with their social media, but they have fun with it. I've had people come who are in their 20s, real estate agents in their 20s to real estate agents in their 60s, both laughing, crying, because they're just having so much fun running around this house, taking photos, taking videos, getting outside of their comfort zone and leaving with all of this content. All right, so this is something that I do every single month. It's called Content Day. I have a sign-up list. Agents get a 10-minute time slot, and within that 10 minutes, we get as many photos of them as we possibly can. We either do it in my office, around our little historic town square, or we'll go to a really nice listing and get photos there. I have a photographer that participates with me, and I'm lucky enough that she is also an insurance broker. So she does it for free. And she, uses it as a way that she can get in front of people, but the agents love it. I am fully booked for every single content day. And because it's just a 10-minute time slot, it's really easy for them to make that commitment to come 10 minutes in. They're out. If they want to come and hang out and stick around, then I have video scripts ready for them. And I show them how to use the apps on their phone to make these videos so that they get to leave and use the videos that they created. I do classes. I do a lot of classes, but I have never taught, maybe once, I've taught a class about mortgages themselves. All of my classes are about ways that can help that real estate agent grow their business through marketing, through relationships, through connecting with first-time home buyers, all of those things. Because at the end of the day, they really don't want to know that much about mortgages. We push these mortgage classes, What they want are things that they can leave with to improve their business. I will send everybody who attends my class a first-time home buyer book that I've created for them that goes over your mortgage basics. I also will do things like I have in my notes section on my phone responses for agents. If a borrower is asking them certain mortgage questions that I'm comfortable with them answering, this is just the most correct way for them to answer it. So providing them with that knowledge without trying to do it into this class to where it's probably going to affect my attendance, because these agents just don't want to take an hour on a Wednesday and come and sit through a mortgage class. I do a class just about how to create a reel with free apps on your phone, and I get 75 agents every single time. Be the mayor of your community. This is another thing that has really helped grow my business this past year. So I am on an historic town square. There are a ton of other small businesses around me. So I leverage all of those businesses to grow mine. Every single week, I drop off cookies that have my business card on it. And I just say, hey, I hope you're having a great week. I just, wanted to drop off cookies again. If you ever need help with anything mortgage, real estate related, I'm just right down the street. Let me know. But I do it every single week to stay consistent. If my neighbor is using somebody else for their mortgage, then I'm doing something wrong. I showcase all of the businesses I go to. So from Nutrition Nook, that's protein shakes and things like that, I blast them on social media. We have another place down the street that's an Italian restaurant. I love to showcase their food, get people to come in. I also supply all of the coffee collars, those coffee sleeves, for the coffee place down the road. It costs me like $150 for 1,000 coffee sleeves. It has my logo on it, their logo on it, and then a fun little saying. So everybody who comes into that coffee shop leaves with a sleeve that has my information on it. We also put together a networking group it's myself, an insurance broker, and 2 real estate agents. And it is called Business Connect. It is every single Thursday at 9 a.m. And we just have local business owners, employees, everything. They come, they can network, they promote themselves, and we put it on so that we really become those mayors of our community. Here's an example of the coffee sleeves that I create. And then swag. I love putting, I give myself a marketing budget every single month. I'm not breaking the bank by any means, but I make sure that my people, that everybody that I get to work with is a walking billboard for my business. So from hats to the cute collar things for their dogs to the sleeves for your beers. And people take photos and they post it on their social and they tag me in it, and then I get to share it. And it just creates this whole, again, an experience. Everybody is a part of this. They're promoting me. They love it. And I love it too. All right, so back to creating an experience. As I already mentioned, we have we call it the Broadway Social House, which is the name of the office. In the office is an insurance broker and myself, but we open the front room, you'll see that photo in the middle, to people who just want to come and work. So we have inspectors that will come in, realtors that will come in, and they'll just use the front room for our Wi-Fi. We have a 85-inch TV. I did not mean to buy one that big, but it does look pretty awesome. They'll come in, they'll watch TV. Whenever we have local events, like we have festivals all the time on the square, I will open my doors and I call it husband daycare. So as the wives are shopping, they can drop their husbands off. We have the AC on, the game on. There's free beer in the fridge. They can crack open a beer, sit in the Broadway Social House. And I also make sure to have business cards out and other takeaways, and they just get to enjoy their day. So we've really tried to make the very most out of this office. Every single room in this office is a different color, is a different theme. We have a 50s style kitchen. We have a speakeasy podcast room. My office that I'm in is a 70s Western room. I have a man cave. And then the front room is supposed to be like your feeling at home room. All right. So something I also like to do, when I was in college, I studied photography. So I will go to some of the local closings, people who are closing locally, and I'll go and I'll take photos of them and their family outside of their house. So this was a beautiful young couple that they're expecting their second child, just purchased their first home. And I was able to go out and take photos with them there. It's just something really nice and something extra. I took these on my iPhone, so I didn't even have time to bring my nice camera out. But it's super, super simple. It helps me stay in front of them. And like I said, those little things mean a lot to people, and it goes a really long way. You don't get better by saying, I'm not good at blank. This is a humongous one. So many times I hear people being like, well, I don't do video because I'm not really good at it. Well, what's the best way to get good at something? It's by doing it. If you're not actively trying and doing it, you're never going to get better. I can completely understand that some things make you uncomfortable and it is hard to push through, but I promise that practice makes perfect. And the more you do it, the less you care. I look back on videos of myself when I first started at AIM, and It's awful. My voice is so high pitched. You can tell I'm overthinking everything. I'm so nervous. So I started to get into a habit where I didn't watch any of the videos I was making. I just needed to make a video and post it because I knew that that was the best way to get in front of people and increase my business. No matter what business I was in, what I was doing at the time, I knew that that needed to happen. So I did. And I kept doing it and kept doing it and kept doing it until a point now where I post almost every single day a video or a post on social media. I do anything. I am not afraid for people to judge what I'm doing because at the end of the day, I know it's just something in my head and nobody cares as much as we care. So as long as I'm out there and doing it, at least I'm in front of people. I've had people ask me how much I pay in ads. I don't pay. I have never spent $1 on any ads. I just post so consistently that I stay in front of people and it almost appears like I am paying for ads. So with all of that being said, I want you guys to think about what you're doing. What if you're making an excuse to say, I'm not that great at this, but I really want to do it more, just start to try to do it. Start to tackle it. I've given you in front of you are 3 apps that I highly, highly recommend. These are great for if you are ready to start to make some video. We have ChatGPT, BigView, and CapCut. I use ChatGPT to create my scripts. I use BigView to record. It is a teleprompter app. So you plug your script directly in there and it just reads it for you. And then I use CapCut to edit everything. So by using these 3 things, it makes my life so much easier. CapCut is very, very user-friendly. BigView user-friendly, ChatGPT user-friendly, and they all have a free version. So that is a huge one. And as you're doing this, if you're somebody who's like, okay, I'm going to try this, I want to start. If you have questions, please let me know. You can call me, you can email me, however I can help you just get started. I would absolutely love that. Oh, and this is a prompt. I'll make sure everybody gets a copy of this. But yeah, like I said, if anybody has questions, please reach out anytime.
Oh, I like that. Let's see. Oh, the prompt for ChatGPT.
Yes, sir.
I love it. All right. Well, I hope everybody's taking notes because Brianna just gave us a clinic on marketing and how she has went from, unknown in the mortgage industry in Nashville to, absolutely crushing it. So if you want, can you drop your contact info in the chat there? Oh, that's nice.
My pleasure.
Awesome. Well, I tell you what, you did amazing. As always, let's see here. Oh, I'll put your info in here for Jaquincia.
Perfect. Yeah. If anybody ever wants to do a brainstorm session, I am all about it.
Yeah. Well, I really like the husband daycare. They, me and another guy were just saying that the other day at the mall because, went into Sephora or something with my wife. And I'm like, oh my. And he was in there with his wife. And I'm like, they need somewhere for us to go watch TV while they spend hours in here trying to look through all this stuff that I have no interest in.
It is the funniest to see the husband's faces when they're like, is this real? I can just have a beer. I'm like, you can have as many beers as you want. Come on in.
Yeah, come on in. Oh, that's awesome. Anybody have any quick questions? We got just a couple minutes here. Any more questions for Brianna? So how long have you been doing? It's been 2 years almost.
So I wrote my first loan in April of 2023.
Okay.
So yeah, and I just closed out. I would consider this my first full year as an LO, a little over 24 million. And all just based off of literally everything I provided you guys is my playbook.
Yeah, and it's not just social, which is what I like. It is social in the real sense of social, of being social with your community, but it's not all social media. Do you post on all different platforms or what is?
Yes, I do. So my main focus is definitely Instagram and Facebook. I do use TikTok. I know TikTok is going away, but there wasn't a huge return on value there. It was more so just fun. I would say if you're somebody who is not posting consistently right now, just focus on one platform. If you feel comfortable using like the Meta scheduler, anything like that, just cross post. What you do to one, just do to the other. This year, my goal is to be a little bit better about posting on LinkedIn and YouTube. YouTube is a very, very big one that I just need to invest in.
Yeah, I was just saying this yesterday. I knew a guy that had posted on YouTube, and he gets calls from videos he did 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Still. They were like, "Oh, I saw your video." And he was like, "Oh, what video is that?" And they tell him, and he's like, "Oh, that was 2 years ago." So he's still seeing a return on that.
Yeah, studies show that is the top place to get referrals from.
That's awesome. And as you said, you got to get started somewhere. I always say this because it rings in my head all the time when I'm starting something. As Steve Sims always told me, you got to get started, then get good.
Exactly. Yep.
Think about it like that.
If you put too much on your plate, it becomes a chore, and then you're more likely not to do it. I always think of it like in comparison to dieting. If you just go cold turkey and cut everything out at once, you're going to miss it and want to go back to what you're doing. If you do slow changes into your life, it's going to become more of a routine.
Right. Love it. Awesome. Well, you did amazing. I appreciate you joining us today.
Thank you.
And I'm going to bring on our next sponsor. So thank you very much, and have a great day.
Bye, guys.
All right, everybody. That was Brianna Harris. Please find her on Facebook and give her a follow. Amazing follow. Her story, the way she's turned her, marketing into a successful business. There's no better person to, copy and do as they're doing, because she's proven that it works. So amazing, amazing stuff. So let me bring in Tommy.
Mitch,
Tommy,
how are you?
freezing. How cold is it up there?
Oh my goodness, it was like 0 this morning. It was burr. Very burr.
It was -1 when I awoke in this morning here in the Arctic of Iowa. So I feel your pain there.
Understood. Well, thank you so much for having me. I can't actually, Wednesday crept up on me. I got hit with some creeping crud, and I've been out. I slept for 36 hours straight.
Oh, geez.
But I'm up this morning. I'm showered. I'm ready to rock and roll and to say hi to your awesome audience. What a lineup. What a lineup. Wayne Salmans. Holy cow. I love Wayne. He's very close to my heart. Very close.
Yeah, you and I had a conversation about how amazing Wayne was the other day, and then that made me think, I need to get him back involved in one of these, and so I reached out to him, and of course, with open arms, he accepted my invite and was amazing as usual. Yeah, I didn't know that you and Kyle knew him so well, but you three kind of cut from the same cloth when it comes to amazing people. So I appreciate you joining us.
Stop it! You're killing me. More. Bring it on.
Give it on.
Bring it on.
No, yeah, I mean, really, honestly, givers. You know what I mean? And that's what I think of the three of you always. So I appreciate you joining us and sponsoring our event. And I'm excited to hear what you have to tell us today.
Well, what we're going to talk about today is we're going to talk about short form video and how everybody's telling you need to do it, but very few people are really breaking down barriers to being able to do it. And what I want to show you, and I actually have a live demo, I want to show you our app that we've helped co-create that is going to allow, I'm going to share my screen here.
All right.
Let me see if I can share my screen. We're going to go, let's just share the entire screen. Sure, we'll share screen 1 here. I'm going to move away. So I'm going to move, we'll move to a different little screen here. And then we're going to bring, hold on, we got to bring up my phone. Here we go. You can see my phone. I can't make it any bigger, but what we have is there's tons of people who struggle with short form video. They know they need to do it. They know they need, but They know that it works, but nobody wants to edit video. Nobody wants to get in and actually do the hard work. So we've created a solution called So Easy Video. And what it does is you get access to an app. And this is the app. I'm actually mirroring my iPhone right here. And what this does is it allows you to record your videos, and you can record unlimited videos a month. They go to real video editors who are going to edit your videos, and they will come back to you edited with captions and titles and hashtags, the whole 9 yards. So let's take a look at this video that I did about my new book. That was a nice little plug. Rethink everything you know about rethink everything you know about a CRM. Love to have you buy it if you want. And what's cool is you get your title and your hashtags. It tells you when they created it. You can download it. You can even ask for revisions. Now, you can go to your library and you can see all the videos that you've had edited here in your library. You can see if you have any videos that are getting ready to be finished and where they are in the process. Now, here's the big deal, is you have a prompt area. You can look at the suggestions that are here, mortgage terms. Okay, what's a loan officer? And then you can click record. Now, you're not going to see my camera because I'm sharing here, but you'd actually see the camera and you'd read right off the screen your script, which is really pretty cool. And if we go, oh, come on. Oh, it's not going to let me record. There we go. Go back here. Then if we go all the way back and we say, my ideas, you can create your own prompts. You can have your own library. You can upload your own script. You say, okay, here's what I want to do. You can add a title, some hashtags, put your little script in here. You go create. Then when you go to record, you just read your prompt off the screen. And then what will happen is 48 hours later, it'll show up in your library, ready to be downloaded. You just click on it. Here's your description. You copy and paste that bad boy. You can download it, and then you can upload it to your social media channel of choice, whether it be, shorts for YouTube, whether it be reels for Instagram or Facebook, TikTok. How well that's going, we don't know how long that's going to last, but neither here nor there. This tool is for you guys to use and enjoy. And I have a $200 off coupon right here. If you just scan that coupon, it'll take you right to soeasyvideo.com. You use the code SOEASY200, $200 off your subscription. I appreciate you guys a lot. Mitch, thank you so much for having me be a part of this event. I'm going to come back to see you.
Yeah, man, I appreciate joining us, and hope you feel better soon.
I am going to feel better. I'm ready. I'm back in fighting shape. In fighting shape. Holy
So
cow.
Easy Solutions is always bringing, some of the coolest tech and ideas, going back to your Google review cards and your CRM and all this. So I'm excited to always have you on here and sharing.
Well, Mitch, thank you for allowing us to be a sponsor, and congratulations. It looks like you've got a big tribe here, and it's always a pleasure to be a part of this.
Awesome, man. Well, hey, Tommy, appreciate it. Get some rest, man.
Thank you, sir. Talk to you later.
But again.
You bet.
See ya. All right, everybody. We are going to bring on our third speaker of the day. Let me bring on Kobe Heckler, correct?
You got it, Mitchell. How are you? Good morning.
Good, man. welcome to the show. I'm excited to have you. Another new guest that we haven't had on before. So always excited to bring on new faces and new ideas to our audience. So tell us quickly a little bit about yourself, and then I'll get your slides prepared and let you go.
Yeah, well, I'll do a little bit more of an intro I'll set this up in a second, but once we get going, but I'll do a little bit more intro within the presentation, but hope you're staying warm where you are today, Mitchell. I heard it's kind of cold.
Yeah, it's just a little chilly. I went out to start the vehicle this morning, and normally I just, sit there and wait for it to warm up, but the leather felt like it was about 20 below zero. So I started it up and went back in the house for about 15 minutes because I was not prepared for that.
I've been there, spent a long time in Chicago. I know what it's like.
Oh yeah.
But I'm excited to jump in. I'm excited for what 2025 is going to bring. I'm as you can see, that's my vision board right now on the screen. We'll replace it in a moment with my presentation. But I've got a lot of hope for what this year is going to bring. And, I've heard the last couple of speakers when I was on, I heard Sam, who's a friend of mine, and Brianna, and they talked about some important tactics. I want to talk a little bit more about broader strategies for what the next generation of loan officer is going to have to focus on. So we can kind of jump right in. Just tell me if you see my presentation up.
Yep, I see it. So I'm going to jump out of the way, and then I'll pop back in, closer to time's up. So you have kind of an idea that, we're running up against it.
All right. I appreciate it. If I don't see you, just say something, because I've got my screen up and I might not see you. So thanks everyone for joining. I'm super excited. It seems like I'm following some really, really good speakers. Like I've said, I've known Sam Abazari for a little bit, and I see him delivering valuable content to loan officers every day. Brianna, great job with the marketing piece. Bringing your personality into the business is huge, and we'll actually touch on that today a little bit. But we're going to talk today about how to win as a loan officer in 2025 and beyond. And very excited to share some of these tips. A little about me. I've been in the mortgage industry for about 28 years, almost 29. I spent about 15 years as an originator, about 20 years in sales leadership. I worked with big banks, independent mortgage banks. I even ran a small mortgage brokerage for a little while. I've had the privilege of leading, probably thousands of loan officers at this point in my career. And these days I'm with T360. We are the preeminent strategic advisory group for the real estate and mortgage banking industries. And I've seen a lot. I'm here to share what I think will work. I've been doing a lot of digging in on the data for 2025 and what it might look like. I have a lot of hope that things are going to be great, and there's a lot of opportunity for those that kind of bear down and adapt. But we've got our own challenges, right? So we've got interest rates that are higher than we had hoped they would be at this time. We've got housing inventory issues. There's just a lot to navigate. But over the next 35 minutes, I want to share what I like to call nuggets of wisdom, for lack of a more pithy term. These are actionable tips that I think you can put into play right away. These are strategies, and you don't have to implement all of them, but thinking about how some of them might impact your business in a positive way. And that's what I'm hoping to bring you. So take notes, write down really 3 things you can start doing in the next 30 days. That's kind of my call to action, which I'll reiterate later. And let's make this more than, just ideas. We'll make it a game changer for your business. So, let's talk about what's going on in the market right now. Because that's going to set the stage for how we need to adapt to this coming year. So obviously we talked about dealing with high interest rates. They're sticking around. A lot of people were calling for rates to be in the 5s at this point. But it looks like the rates are going to be, higher than that. Definitely in the 6s. I'm even seeing some predictions where geopolitical influences could push rates even higher. So we've got to be prepared for an environment where we might not see the refi boom this year that we had hoped if the rates had dipped into the 5s. Second, we have a housing inventory issue. We know it's tight out there. We know we're down, millions of homes. The estimates are anywhere from 2 to 7 million homes that are lacking in the marketplace. And we saw a 20% year-over-year decrease in housing inventory in 2024. Customer expectations are changing. Borrowers now prioritize speed and digital access. 85% of the borrowers prefer lenders offering digital tools. Sorry, that blurb got cut off in my PowerPoint. We have a lot of new entrants in the origination landscape, and we'll talk about that a little bit more coming up. And we do have some evolving compliance demands. We have some stricter regulations, anything from the TCPA to the trigger leads. But there are some issues that are coming down the pike that are going to affect the loan officers and how the loan officers themselves do business, but also the companies that you all work for. So my goal today, I want to give you some practical strategies you can use. We'll cover, how to make the most of some tools and technology, meet the needs of today's customers, and try to grow your referral network in ways that are sticky. So let's talk about the market realities that we had addressed, right? So housing market experiencing a significant shortage. Market short about, if you want to take the average of all the estimates, about 3.8 million units. So whether you're on the high side of this, the low side of this, we're still down a significant amount. There's a lot of discussion about what it would take to bring the housing inventory back up. It's not just older people sitting in their homes with lower interest rates who are, kind of the locked in homeowners who don't want to move because they're very attached to their interest rates. It's also the fact that since 2009, we put so many builders out of business that that we've just not been able to recover from that. We've got labor costs that are soaring. We've got material costs that are soaring. We also have a lot of zoning and regulation and compliance issues that are preventing builders from building profitably. And that's keeping a lot of people who would come into the market to build homes out of the market. I touched on TCPA and trigger leads in my previous screen. We're going to see some stricter disclosure norms, probably some advanced cybersecurity measures as AI becomes more of a prominent figure in the mortgage industry, and that's overall a good thing. But we are going to see the federal government and the CFPB and start to try to adapt to some of those things and figure out what the landscape is going to look like. So there may be some growing pains that are attached to that, and those growing pains may filter down from the top levels of the company into what you're doing on a day-to-day basis. It may be from a procedural standpoint. It could be from a pricing standpoint. Non-bank entities, including fintech companies and mortgage servicers, Mr. Cooper, now the biggest servicer in the country with $1.5 trillion of loans under their belt, they're going to be in the market trying to originate loans. That's going to compete with you going after your borrowers. If you're looking to refinance your own borrower, they're already being contacted today by Mr. Cooper just in their regular monthly mortgage statement. We may see other entrants, Apple, Amazon, those companies are talking about getting into mortgage. They've been playing around with it for a while. So if you see those entrants into the mortgage business, that's additional people trying to take that market share from you. So the discussion goals for today, actionable strategies. These are real practical steps you can put into play immediately. Not necessarily big picture concepts. They're tailored specifically to the challenges that I think we're going to see in 2025 and beyond. We're going to talk about tools and tech. I know we don't always have control over what technology our companies choose, but there are ways to make what is there available. There are also ways to go out on your own and do things. I'm not going to mention companies today by name just because of the nature of what we do at T360. But I will tell you that there are always options for loan officers to kind of implement their own technology into their business. And if you think about what some of the top loan officers in the country, the top 1% of loan officers, they're always looking for that competitive edge. They're always looking for that tech edge to kind of separate themselves from the pack. We're going to talk about understanding customer and referral source expectations. We'll dig into what they want to see in today's market. And exceeding their expectations, it's not just a nice to have anymore. It's the foundation now for building a thriving business. And it really doesn't matter what the market looks like, whether you're in a refi market or 7.5% interest rates, the customer expectations are different. And the way that we approach those customers, is changing. So I want you to think about that through the presentation of, what are customers looking for and how is the business changing, regardless of where we are from a housing inventory and interest rate perspective. So the first thing we're going to talk about today is, mastering data and insights, right? And so what does this mean? If you're smart with data, you can create better client experiences and you can build stronger relationships and you can really start to grow your business that way. So let's break this down, right? So we talked about, creating a data-driven customer strategy, right? So we want to make data part of your customer strategy. So if you're using your CRM properly and you can track what your clients are doing, you can tailor your outreach, right? And so if someone's interested in a specific loan type, you can follow up with personalized options that really hit the mark. So what that means is not blasting an email out about VA or USDA lending or VA lending or FHA lending to your broad swath of customers, some of whom are looking for land loans or are looking for jumbo financing, right? So we want to try to be a little bit more detailed and intentional with our marketing, and make those customers feel like you actually do care about them. The customers know you've got a lot more than one customer to talk to and to deal with, but by being present for those customers and tailoring your outreach to those customers, you can make a big, big impact. Understanding your hyper local market. So, get super detailed about your market. You want to dive into trends in the area, your city, neighborhood, even specific zip codes. So wherever you work, depending on how large of a city you're in or how large of an MSA you're in, you can use MLS data, you can use public records. When you know where the opportunities are, you can position yourself as the go-to expert for both your clients and your referral partners. Especially true for your referral partners. They pride themselves, your realtors, right? They pride themselves on knowing their markets, knowing their areas. If you match them with that knowledge, or at least show them that you have an interest in that knowledge, right? You don't have to be the experts that they are, but if you engage with them and talk to them about what they're seeing in that hyper local market, that's going to give you an edge over other loan officers that are calling on them and just asking for loans versus you calling on them, having an actual discussion about what they're seeing on a day-to-day basis. Create value-added content. Focus on creating content that adds value for your audience, right? Share weekly updates or simple infographics that explain market trends, right? Be an expert in your market. Be an expert and actually create value add. And there's tools and tech that you can use that will actually do this for you. Again, simple Google will probably find you some of them, or you may already be using them. But using that technology to kind of put yourself in that position as the local expert, not just the lending expert, but the local expert, that can set you apart as well. Collaborate with your referral partners. Use the data that you're compiling to build these stronger relationships, as I mentioned earlier, right? You want to share the stats you're finding with the realtors. Say, hey, look, I just noticed this trend in this zip code. I know you sell a lot of condos here in the south side of Chicago, and I'm seeing that this area is trending up while other areas that are right next to it are staying flat. What do you attribute that to? That's a powerful conversation to have with a realtor. It shows that you're engaged in their market. It shows that you're doing the work. It shows that you are serious about what you do, right? It's a win-win. So, also gets you smarter. So if you leverage this data, use it strategically, you can position yourself as the go-to resource and trusted partner. So let's talk about building your personal brand and enhancing your digital presence, okay? So your personal brand is your reputation, right? It's what makes you stand out and helps you earn trust with clients and referral partners. We'll talk about how to build your online presence and engagement and take it to the next level. So first things first, and consistency is everything. If you're posting regularly on platforms like LinkedIn and Instagram, that's what keeps you visible. And the key here is not to beat your head on the rocks and try to come up with the most interesting or compelling or thought-provoking post. It's being there on a regular basis. It's showing up, right? And so obviously you want to create content that is compelling. You want to create content that is value add, but first and foremost, you want to make sure that you're doing this consistently, and you want to meet your audience where they are. I do a lot of posting on LinkedIn. I post on LinkedIn 6 days a week. I take Sundays off. But what you want to make sure you're doing with your audience is meeting them where they are. So if your audience is, are realtors that, are posting themselves on Instagram, then you want to be on Instagram too, and you want to show them that you're engaged as well. And you want to also engage with their posting and their content too. Think about invest in professional branding, strong polished brand that leaves a great impression, right? So think about setting up a lead generating website with testimonials, loan calculators, a clear message about what makes you unique. You want to make sure that this looks sharp and consistent across all the platforms you're using. So whether it's Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, your own personal website, the company sponsored website, to the extent that you can influence that. But you want to make sure that you're putting out a message that is consistent and that resonates, and that anybody who does business with you has seen your branding and knows exactly what you're attempting to do in the market. Videos, it may not be for everybody. So again, these are not strategies for every single person, but videos can be a game changer when it comes to connecting with people. As part of my strategy on LinkedIn, when I do outreach and my audience are people in the industry, I'll do, maybe one video a week, 1 or 2 videos every other week, something like that. And it's just a way to put your face out there, because people, when they start to know your face and they start to know who you are, there's an inherent trust that's built in there. And that can be very powerful when you're making those phone calls. And again, you may not have all the people engaging with your content on social media platforms that you think, but people are seeing it, right? And so the people that are seeing it today, they may not like it, they may not post a comment, but 2 months down the road, you may all of a sudden get a message saying, hey, I've been seeing your content, I'm very impressed with it. And, that could lead to a good conversation. And again, it's not engaging with your audience is just that, right? You're not just posting and waiting to see how many people liked and commented on your stuff. You're actively out there, you're engaging with others, you're looking at other people's content, you're posting about it. It's a great way to connect with the realtor, especially if a realtor is posting every day about, hey, this is my morning routine. I get coffee, I go to the office, I check my leads, right? That's a powerful conversation to have with them later. Say, hey, I saw your content this morning. I really love what you're doing. I kind of like, the filter you're using. Can you talk to me about that? Because I'm trying to implement something similar. It's a way to connect more than anything, but people also, the same way you want those likes and comments on your posts, they want those likes and comments and attention on theirs. So it's a great way to kind of show that you're engaged in their lives and their content and their social media presence. So let's talk now about deepening those referral relationships, right? So it's the heartbeat of any successful loan officer's business. Whether you're doing, the great thing about being in this business, as I've told loan officers for many years, is you get to choose who you work with, right? And so I've had loan officers that over the years have told me, I don't love working with realtors. They're not my favorite kind of people. I don't connect with them. They don't resonate with me. And I say, great, well, who do you connect with? And figuring out who that is, whether it's financial planners, whether it's divorce attorneys, whether it's insurance brokers, whether it's anybody that or whether they want to do loans for home builders, anybody that you feel you can connect with, those are your referral partners. Those are people that are business partners for you. You need to figure out how to deepen your relationships with them. So collaborating on value-driven content, what that means is work together with your referral partners, realtors, builders, whomever, and create co-branded content, market insights, financing guides, and these are a great way to show a true partner that you're invested in helping their business grow. And again, not all of your realtors, not all of your builders, not all of your financial planners are going to be interested in this kind of thing. But if you develop a method to deliver it, and you show them that, hey, I've done this with some other realtors or two other realtors or two other builders, and it's been successful. I'd like to try it out with you. Even if you try it and never do it again, this is value. This is a value add, right? You're now showing them that you're invested in their business and in their growth. Host educational events. This is a big one. This is something, I used to do in my career when I was originating loans. I tried to always have, webinars were not really a thing back then, but I tried to always have a first-time homebuyer seminar on the calendar, a homebuyer workshop, something. You get to, the amount of people that you can encounter just in the people that say they're going to sign up or they say they're going to attend, but then don't. Those are still people that showed an interest, and those are still people to follow up with. And even the homebuyer workshops and first-time buyer seminars that I would attend or that I would host and that had, poor attendance, those were still great opportunities to connect with the referral partner and to figure out, hey, what do we do to drive some more engagement? I think in 2025, webinars are going to be the thing, just like the one you're attending right now. It's easy to kind of just pop open your laptop and hop on and get some info. And I think that builds your online presence as well, just hosting the webinar, even if your attendance isn't what you hoped it would be. And it's great practice to be in front of an audience. It's great practice to show your realtor and referral partners in general what you're capable of doing. Leverage that referral data. So take a look at the referral data, find out who your top performing partners are, and focus on nurturing those relationships. So referral-based leads close, on average 25-30% more than any other lead that you get. So focusing on where those leads are coming from and focusing your attention on those realtors. Back in the day, I remember someone, telling me to rank my realtors A, B, C, D, and depending on what my lead generation goals were, saying, who are your top realtors and who are the realtors that you're spending time on, or builders or whomever that are not producing an ROI. And so trying to figure out who you're spending time on versus what you're getting back, that's part of just evaluating those relationships and what they're doing for you. And so I would be hyper-focused in 2025 and making sure that I'm spending my time intentionally and appropriately to ensure that the realtors that I'm working with or the builders that I'm working with are the ones that are actually giving me business. And if they're not, that's okay. You can still have them as friends. You can still have them as acquaintances, but focus your time and efforts and attention on the people that are actually delivering value to you and that you can focus on delivering value to. So let's talk about building personal expertise and skills. And this is something that as we move into what I like to call the next generation of loan officers in 2025 and beyond, this is something that's going to be super, super important. We've got an affordability crisis in this country, right? And so what that means is, when we talk about the higher interest rates, when we talk about soaring home prices, when we talk about wage stagnation, right? One of the things out of all of that comes this statistic. In 1975, the average first-time home buyer was 27 years old. Right? That average first-time home buyer now is 38 years old. So that's 11 years that we've actually gone the wrong way in the last 50 years. We should have made buying a home easier through all that time. But the combination of all of the factors I mentioned have caused the average home buyer to push close to 40 years old. If we're going to get more buyers into the market, we need to engage those buyers earlier, and we need to really be experts at what we do and hone our skills. So being able to explain complex mortgage products in a way that's simple and relatable, that's something that's going to separate you from the pack in 2025, especially when you're trying to compete with call center LOs that are from, calling from Mr. Cooper, for example, or from Rocket Mortgage or from wherever. If you're trying to set yourself up as the local expert, right? Being able to explain complex things in a simple way, that's really what makes you an expert. And that's what's going to get customers to follow you because they're looking for leadership. They're looking for guidance. Develop a personal marketing brand. We touched on this before, but this is part of telling your story. Take the time to define what makes you unique and then create a consistent outreach plan. So if you're, if you're trying to develop a personal brand that is centered around, I specialize in VA loans. I specialize in FHA loans. I specialize in USDA loans. I specialize with first-time home buyers. Take that and run with it, because what you don't want to be is the guy who specializes in, I do quick pre-approvals and quick closings and quick this and quick that, and I have the lowest rates, right? You're not trying to sell commodities, you're trying to sell value, right? So low rate is a commodity, quick closing is a commodity because those are identified by a numbers metric. What you're trying to sell is a value metric, okay? Enhance your network. So networking is key to expanding your influence, and you can do this on social media, and you can do this live, right? So local events, you can join associations. You can join your realtor association. One of the things that I did very successfully for a long time when I lived in Chicago, I joined the Chicago Association of Realtors. I was not only an affiliate member for 10 years, I also served on their board of directors one year. I was on their philanthropic foundation for 10 years. I chaired that twice. And so getting involved with those associations can really expand your network, broaden your horizons, and really set you apart from all the other loan officers that are in your market. I highly, highly recommend that step. You want to focus on relationship building. And what I mean by that is, you're not looking, yes, you're looking to do business with these people, but you're also looking to build a relationship. You're looking to build trust. So set up a system to regularly check in with past clients, with referral sources, keeping those connections strong and active. That pays off over time. And it's not just emails saying happy Halloween or happy St. Patrick's Day. Focus on relationship selling, right? So instead of just selling a product, again, instead of being a commodity, focus on solving problems. Be a problem solver. So you're not the guy with the lowest rates. You're not the guy with the quickest closing, but you're the guy with the most approachable and actionable solutions. That's what's going to set you apart in 2025. Understand the goals of the people you're working with, whether it's your referral partners or your buyers. Take that time to develop that understanding of what they're trying to accomplish in their world, and then you can truly be value add to them. So invest in education, staying informed. I set aside time every single morning. I call it industry reading, and it's a half an hour every day where I check different, whether it's LinkedIn, National Mortgage News, Housing Wire, Real Estate News. I check a bunch of mortgage news daily. I spend a bunch of time perusing articles in all of those online based portals just to kind of familiarize myself with what's going on in the industry and make sure that I'm up to date. And that pays off big because it really gives me a pulse on what's happening, and that makes me a little bit more confident when I'm assessing the industry and where it's going. Let's talk about delivering exceptional customer experiences, right? So we touched on this a little bit. We want to, prioritize speed and transparency. So clients want things done fast, and they expect clear communication. It doesn't mean, promising them the world that you're going to close in 3 days, or that you're going to call them back and in every time they reach out to you within 5 minutes. But what it does is it means, using the automation that you have at your disposal with your company. Speed up the pre-approvals, keep them in the loop with regular updates. Make sure they always know what's happening and what to expect. It's setting proper expectations. I used to have a method where I would, and a lot of people do this, where I would set up days to call. On Tuesdays, I would call my realtors and give them updates. Wednesday, I would call my pre-approvals just to check in with them. And so setting up that system allows you to set expectations properly and allows you to keep to your word as far as what you're going to do. You want to educate at every step. The mortgage process, it's overwhelming for a lot of borrowers, and most borrowers don't go through it more than 3, 4, at most 5 times in their lifetime. Break it down. Simple, manageable steps. Make sure your customers feel confident about what's going on and well-informed throughout the journey. This is what's really going to separate you from the pack and really set you apart from call center loan officers and others that are trying to encroach on your market share. You want to personalize your client interactions, right? So every client's different. We talked about this at the beginning of the presentation. Your CRM can help you with this, right? Tracking their preferences and their data, anything that you can figure out how to be personalized and how to give them that higher level experience. I was reading a book, and I highly recommend this one. It's called Unreasonable Hospitality by Will Guidara, and he talks about transforming a restaurant that he ran in Manhattan. And what he wanted to do was make sure that people left having felt like they had this unbelievable personal experience, and he felt that was more important even than the food that was on their plate. And it turned out he was right. And so the message to translate from that is that if you give people a superior experience, if you show them how important they are to you, then even the smallest little bumps in the road that may occur during the mortgage process, which do occur frequently, can be smoothed out by the fact that they'll remember how well you treated them. Solicit and, set and meet expectations. We kind of talked about that. Solicit and act on feedback. This is super important. Don't just ask for feedback, act on it. I worked at a large bank for a long time. And one of the things this bank was great at doing was sending out post-closing surveys. And as long as we were above, I don't know if it was 75% or 80%, as long as we were above that metric, we were deemed to have been doing a good job and everything was fine. We didn't need to talk about it. What I was always interested in was what were the 20 or 24, 25% that were not super happy with us? What were they saying? What was the feedback that they were giving us? We never acted on that feedback. We were always concerned that the majority, whatever that metric was that we were okay with, was happy with what we were doing. But we never ever took the time to study what the people who were unhappy with us were saying, and those could have included nuggets that could have really helped us get to 90, 95. You're never going to be at 100%, but it could have helped us up our games a little bit. And it could have helped us operate even more efficiently. There could have been some really good feedback in there. And so not just soliciting feedback, but reading the feedback. And I know it always sucks to read negative feedback, or you don't want to hear those things. People love their positive reviews, but no one wants to be critiqued. But in there can be nuggets to figure out what you could be doing a little bit better, a little bit more efficient, and it could help your overall business. So I would say be very deliberate about soliciting and acting on feedback. Communication, be consistent, be proactive, all of those things. Whether you're doing a quick check-in or a detailed update, you got to keep people in the loop. And I've always found that if you've got good news can wait an hour or two before you deliver it. But if you've got bad news, stop what you're doing and make sure you deliver that bad news. The quicker you rip that Band-Aid off, the better you're going to be. But the key to all of it is being transparent, being open, coming with the bad news, but also coming with the bad news plus solutions. That's the key to setting yourself apart. You want to specialize to stand out, right? So what does this mean, right? If you focus on a niche, right, you can become an expert in that area and position yourself as the go-to resource for clients and referral partners. We want to not be all things to all people. We want to really be experts in a few things. And if you're an expert in, getting first time down, I know a loan officer who does down payment assistance programs. That's what they specialize in. It doesn't mean they don't do other loans, but it means that they've identified that as their niche and they're dominating that niche. Because when people think about down payment assistant loans, they think about this loan officer in that market, right? And that loan officer, even though and had figured out that a lot of loan officers don't want to do the down payment assistant loans because they're kind of a pain. But he figured out if I set up a process to do them and I become the best at them and I know the most about them, I can dominate in my market. And he developed an expertise in that niche, right? And then step 3, created a marketing plan around it. Everything from his own personal brand to putting out social media, to putting out content videos talking about down payment assistance and how scary they are. And it didn't take long for him to dominate in that niche because he was so vocal and so good at personal branding around that niche. Host targeted educational events or be a thought leader, both of those things, right? So being a thought leader means, coming out with your own opinions, ideas, commenting on what's going on in the news. It's really trying to set yourself apart with your ideas and trying to establish yourself as someone who thinks about the industry they're in, someone who cares about the industry they're in, someone who wants to see the future of their industry improve, all of those things. If you can become that thought leader and then host targeted educational events around the niche that you've selected and be a thought leader within that niche, very powerful combination to really set yourself apart and to really drive business in a very deliberate way, because now you can approach the right referral partners to try to help you get that business, and you can approach them with the authority and the knowledge and the credibility to do so. We'll talk about stay educated and informed. Mitchell, how am I doing on time?
Oh, you're doing fine. You have about 6 minutes.
All right. So stay educated and informed. I like to say attend industry events, and this doesn't just mean, networking hours at from the local mortgage association. This means going to conventions, right? The MBA annual convention's a big one. The Housing Wire conventions that are held 3-4 times a year. Those are all really important things that you can attend to really put yourself out there. Subscribe to trusted resources. There are a number of paid subscriptions that I like. I've mentioned a few of them before. Most of them are between $20 and $40 a month. These are a great way to invest some money into learning, because within all of these websites, not only are there articles, but there are also white papers and case studies and all kinds of things for you to delve into. Engage in peer learning. So mastermind groups, local associations where you can share experiences, exchange ideas, set up your own mastermind group. Find 4 or 5 other loan officers in your market and say, hey, let's get together on Zoom once a week for 30 minutes over a cup of coffee and let's exchange ideas. These are certainly your competitors, but they're also your peers, and engaging with them can not only elevate your game, but theirs as well. And it's a great way to build relationships too. Set learning goals. This is something I do all the time. I have a certain amount of books I want to read every year. I have a certain amount of podcasts I like to listen to every week. Not all of them are industry related, but I set learning goals for myself because I want to be engaged in my industry and I want to be engaged in what I'm doing. And I really want to be the biggest expert around in all of those things. And so by setting learning goals, I hold myself accountable to really getting to understand my industry. Build a resilient pipeline. So these are some simple things. Focus on diversifying lead sources. You definitely want to dominate a niche, right? But you also want to have lead sources that can deliver you referrals of different natures, right? You don't want to put all your eggs into one basket, even if you are the expert in one topic. Create a predictable follow-up system. I talked about this, whether it's Monday, Tuesday updates, Wednesday pre-approvals, but you want to create a system that allows for efficiency within your business so that you can be predictable, not only to what your day is going to look like, but to the people that work with you. Nurture the long-term relationships. Again, put the time into those relationships that are bringing you something back of value, right? You want to bring them value and you want them to bring you value. It's got to be 2 ways. You want to leverage your niche marketing campaigns. So what this means is, targeting specific client segments and with tailored campaigns. So you've got different email marketing or different outreach to different segments of your market. And you can break these up with really good CRM tools. You don't want to send the same ad to your jumbo buyers or the same marketing piece to your jumbo buyers that you're sending to your VA clients, right? Focus on high impact activities. So figure out, and this is something I've always done as a loan officer, always did as a loan officer. I always tried to assess what I was doing, what was working, what wasn't working, and try to figure out what can I do better the next time around, or what can I invest my time in now that I was investing poorly in before. What can I do differently that might change things up? Leverage customer advocacy, create a 12-month engagement plan. This is a long tail post-closing strategy where after your client closes, you want to be able to check in with them. It doesn't have to be every day. It doesn't have to be every week, but it should be at least every month. It should be doing annual mortgage checkups for those people. It should be checking in and saying, hey, it's been 6 months since we closed. Just want to see how things are going in the house. I know you said you were going to come in and, rip up the carpeting and change all the cabinets in the kitchen. How's that project going? Is there anything I can help you with? I would love to see pictures, right? Show them you care. Turn clients into ambassadors. create exceptional experiences. And we talked about this with Will Gadara in Unreasonable Hospitality. The more you create an exceptional customer experience for your customer, the more they are going to be ambassadors for you and tell their friends and family what you did for them. Very rarely are they going to go and tell their friends and family, hey, this guy got me the lowest rate. He's awesome. But if they say, hey, you know what? He called right before the closing. He called the next day after the closing. He came over and dropped off the paperwork at my office and offered to go over it with me because he knew I was nervous. Those are the kind of little things that you can do that turn customers and clients into actual ambassadors for your business. Highlight the success story. Ask your customers for feedback and testimonials. Plaster that everywhere on social media, right? And you want to make sure you're asking for that, and then you're actually doing actionable things with those testimonials to create business and to create credibility. Focus on proactive problem solving. Anticipate the challenges your clients are going to face. Offer solutions before they ask, right? Guiding a client with credit issues when you see that they've come in for a pre-approval. You want to be positioned as a problem solver. You want to be positioned as someone trusted. You want to make sure you're taking that extra 10 minutes to look at someone's file and say, hey, what could possibly come up here, whether you're in the pre-approval stage or the application stage, that I can have an impact on. Focus on personal growth. We talked a little bit about this before. Clear, measurable goals. Invest in your own professional development. You want to track and reflect on the progress. So, a lot of times we beat ourselves up because we feel like we fell short of a goal. Track what you're doing. See what you're spending your time on, what you're learning. Figure out, did my February look a little bit better than my January? Or did it look a little worse, and why? Think, reward yourself for actually doing the things that you're supposed to be doing to make yourself a better professional, and don't beat yourself up. Be as compassionate with yourself with these things as you would be with another loan officer who came to you and said, man, I had X amount of days and times that I wanted to do some reading or do some writing and I didn't do it. That's okay, man. Let's see what you can do better next week. So be compassionate with yourself. And that's part of building a support network as well. But always make sure that you're tracking your progress, reflecting on your progress, and rewarding yourself for the things that you did do better this week or this month than the last week or the last month. So these are some of the things. You can take a screenshot of this if you want, or a picture. These are some of the things we talked about. Mastering data and insights. I won't go through all of them, but these are all the topics that we covered, and I'm going to give you, a call to action here. I want you to implement at least 3 new elements in the next 30 days, right? Just pick 3 of these things. Commit to 1 new self-education initiative or 1 subscription-based service. So commit some time for yourself and commit some money and investment into some education, into something that you can do for yourself to better yourself as a loan officer. And then my third call to action, connect with me on LinkedIn. There's my URL for my LinkedIn. I would love to engage with you. I'm always happy to chat. And, just want to leave you with a quote here. The secret to change is to focus all your energy, not on fighting the old, but on building the new. So again, we're not beating ourselves up for, trying to change what we did as a loan officer in 2023 and 2024, but we're going to think about what we can build on in 2025. And how we can better ourselves as loan officers, as people, as ambassadors of our industry. And I want to thank you so much. Take the wisdom to heart, as you embrace the tools, strategies, and opportunities, and don't dwell on the challenges of the past. Focus on building a stronger, more resilient future. My phone number, my email is on this screen. Would love to connect with you. And thank you so much for your time. And I hope you found value in all of it.
Awesome, man. Well, hey, I appreciate you joining us and sharing with us today. Oops. Sorry, I removed the wrong thing.
Okay.
Thank you for joining us today, and thank you for helping us out. I think the audience got a lot, from that. Manny said you must have worked at Wells based on your comments there about not checking what the other 25% were doing. Yeah, man, really exciting stuff, and I really appreciate it. And everybody go out and follow Kobe on LinkedIn. He's very active on there. I've been getting more active on there, and I've noticed, a lot of success from people that are, active on LinkedIn. So head on over there and get active.
All right. Well, thank you, Mitchell. And thank you, everybody. Enjoyed it. And we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
All right. Let me bring on our next sponsor, Ryan.
Hey,
Eller.
Mitchell. How's it going? Good. How are you doing?
I'm good, man. Welcome to the show. I appreciate you joining us, and appreciate you guys sponsoring our event again. We're excited to learn about Pre-Approve Me. And do you have slides you want to share?
Yeah, I actually have it here. If you want to make me full screen, it's already ready to go.
Oh, sweet. Awesome. I'm going to step out of the way and give you the slides then.
Awesome. Well, here's my promise for you guys today is in the next 5 minutes, I'm going to show you how to get realtors lining up to work with you. I know it sounds like over exaggerated, but it really is this powerful. So here's the reality check. Most loan officers hate prospecting realtors. And like, why? Because they have nothing unique or of value to offer them. Here's the old way. We're all used to this. Generic coffee discussions, rate discussions, promises of great service. But the typical results are low value realtor relationships, being treated like an ATM. I'm sure you've experienced, I've experienced it many times. They just want my credit card to pay for stuff. And this leads to zero loyalty. Realtors are constantly jumping ship to the next shiny, object or thing. Does that sound familiar to you? Because this was very familiar to me. But what if you could offer something realtors literally couldn't do business without? We just had a loan officer reach out and they said, I have a realtor who wants to work with me, but they said if I do not use this system, they refuse to work with me, and it's that powerful. So your new reality. So imagine if you having realtors calling you first, viewing you as their strategic partner, and bringing consistent referrals to the table. And this is your new secret weapon. This gives realtors superpowers. It's instant pre-approval letters 24/7. You can see with the screenshots here, the app will allow them to select what house, how much, and then it'll spit out a pre-approval letter right to them. They can do it right from the mobile app in 30 seconds. You can do this, the realtors can do this, the borrowers can do this, and it's connected to your LOS, so it's accurate to what you pre-approved them for. The realtors also get a co-branded mobile app, and then there's also automatic status updates, so everyone stays informed automatically throughout the process, so you don't get all of those emails or those calls like, hey, what's going on with the loan? With people freaking out. They already know. They're in the loop. So here's some more time savings. Smart 1003 application that actually gets completed. And this goes along with automatic document collection. And so it's all automated. When people fill it out, or if they're not all the way finished, they're going to get reminded. That's where people usually just kind of fall through the cracks. You do all the hard work. People want to come in, they want to work with you, but then they don't finish the application. They don't get you docs. This is going to take care of that automatically for you. And you also get lead converting calculators all wrapped into their co-branded mobile app experience. So I know what you're thinking. This comes up every time. Great. Another complicated system, tech that I don't want to have to understand. I'm going to have to change my workflow, and I'm going to need a ton of training, maybe even weeks of training. So we make it simple. We keep your current workflow exactly as it is. This plugs directly into your current LOS, so whatever you're using to process your loans. It only takes about 10 minutes. The setup is really that simple. You change nothing, but your results change everything. So you also get access to our Business Growth Mastermind. This is going to allow you to have ready-to-use marketing playbooks. You're going to have top producing LOs sharing what's working best right now, and then implementation strategies that work. So if you combine this with the mobile app, with everything that's going to attract realtors, you really are unstoppable. So you really have a choice here. You keep competing on rates and hoping for loyalty, or you become the obvious choice with tools that these realtors can't resist. And we wanted to make it just a no-brainer. Get started with no risk. There's free sign up, and then you get your first 30 days for $1. That allows you to get all set up and use it and make sure that it works before you completely invest in the system. And so if you go to moreloanslesstime.com, or if you scan this QR code, it's going to take you right to the site, and you can learn more about this, and you can sign up for your free trial. We also want to throw in a special bonus. So anyone that signs up in January is going to get 50% off our new AI home search add-on. And this launches in February, and there's nothing like this. This has never been done before. So what is AI home search? This allows borrowers to search homes they're actually qualified for. Just like everything else in our system, it's tied to your LOS. So they can toggle a switch that only shows them homes that they can actually be pre-approved for, they can actually qualify for. And this is directly tied into the MLS. So these are actual homes on the market. The AI understands natural language requests. So someone could type in, find me a 3-bedroom home with a large kitchen under $400K. It's going to go out and find this home in the MLS within the app for them. And then again, they can have an instant pre-approval letter for that specific property. So even less time, less than 30 seconds, literally a click of a button, and it will pop up a pre-approval letter for them. And the realtors can do this for them as well. And then they have real-time payment calculators. They know what the down payment's going to be. They know what their estimated payments are going to be. It really is going to be the next level. And this is why realtors are going to beg you for this. It keeps borrowers off Zillow. They're not going to jump to another realtor because they're on search and going to open houses. They don't have to waste any more time showing unaffordable homes or homes that just aren't going to work for their buyers. And this leads to faster transaction with pre-approved buyers. So again, this is our January sign-up deal. You get your free trial for Pre-Approve Me right now. Plus you get 50% off the new AI home search when it launches in February. So there you go. Under 5 minutes. This is going to be a game changer for loan officers moving into 2025. And it's going to get to the point where if you don't have systems and tools like this, you're not going to be able to compete. Realtors aren't going to want to work with you if you don't bring value to the table. And that's what we're doing here at Pre-Approve Me. We're making sure that you have the tools to be successful in 2025 and beyond. So go morelowns.com or scan the QR code and go get your free trial.
Awesome, man. I love it. I'm going to leave that QR code. There you go.
Oh yeah,
Love
I can bring that back up.
Yeah, if you want to just make sure everybody gets that QR code there, please go support, check out our sponsors. They make these events possible. Without them, it would be a charge for all of our people. So we don't want that. So want to keep these events free. So go check out our sponsors, Ryan. I appreciate it. Really appreciate what you and Michael do, and I'm excited to have you on board with what you're doing over there.
Awesome. Thanks, Mitchell. I appreciate you having us on.
Awesome. Well, thanks a lot and have a great day.
Hey, you too. Talk to you later.
Yep. Bye. All right, everybody. I'm going to be bringing on our next speaker. Give me 1 second to bring up. Good morning, Arish. How are you?
Hi, good morning, Mitch. Thank you for having me. I'm doing great.
Yeah, I'm excited, man. I'm excited that we finally got to connect. I know we've been talking about doing something like this for a few months, and I'm excited to have you on here. I know excited for what you are doing for the industry and our mortgage broker friends out there. And just excited to see what you got going on. So I see you have slides, so I'm going to bring those on. And then what I'll normally do is just get out of your way and give you the stage. And then I'll kind of pop on towards the end so you know you're kind of getting close on time.
Absolutely. And can you make me like in the slide option, there'll be a way I can be inside the slide on the setting?
Yep. Give me 1 second. How's that?
That's perfect. So, all right. So I have the stage here. Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for tuning in to my session where we will talk about how you as loan officers can dominate with technology. My name is Harish Tejwani. I'm the CEO and owner of Arrive. Arrive is a Bay Area-based tech company. All new construction happens in Silicon Valley. That's how the joke goes. And I'm very fortunate and privileged to lead an amazing team. We are about 140 plus employees, and we have been working on this project for many, many years. Now, today, I'm not going to talk about Arrive. Today, I'm going to talk about a topic I'm deeply passionate about, that how can technology help loan officers, loan originators win their markets? And what do I mean by that? When you're trying to dominate or win the markets, so how do you prospect more efficiently? How do you shine in front of your customers, all customers, borrowers, real estate agents, your internal teams? How do you close loans more efficiently? How can you be more transparent? So we'll look at, in my personal opinion, any loan operating platform or loan origination system must offer these features. If loan officers have to save time, be more efficient, they need systems that can help them win. So that's what we are going to look at today. All right. As I begin, let's look at some trends over here. So what's happening in the market, overall forecast. And these forecasts are done by pundits from MBA, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. So we'll kind of take it by that these have been done by experts. Total loan volume in 2025 is expected to grow up by 15%. That's kind of music to everyone's ears. So we did about 1.66 trillion as an industry, like between IMBs and brokers and bankers. That is expected to grow up to more than 1.9 trillion, again, trillion with a T in that. So the origination market is expected to grow by 15%, purchase market by roughly 12%. The number of officers, total loan officers in the industry is expected to go down by 10%. So we'll have roughly 195,000 plus loan officers available to do these 1.93 trillion volume. So what does it mean? That means there is more opportunity available, right? So quitters create space for earners. So we'll keep that in mind. Like if you want to grow, 2025 is probably the best year where you can grow your business. So this is what the forecast is. If I look at some other key trends, which I believe are happening, wholesale channel is on the roll. Mortgage brokers have grown in leaps and bounds over the last decade. The percentage of volume did by brokers was almost in single digits after the financial crisis, like to 2018. That has now grown to more than 27%, and the rise continues. What is forecasted is over next 3 to 5 years, the market share of mortgage brokers will go well north of 35%. Now, it's pretty clear that is what the trend is, and that's why my business Arrive is exclusively focused on, because we see retail loan officers joining the wholesale channel, starting their own shops, joining a big dog or a mid-sized company all the time. And our goal as a business is how can we help them win and dominate these markets, the markets they operate in. So mortgage broker wholesale channel is on the roll. That's the first trend. The second trend that we observe is technology and AI has changed in leaps and bounds. There have been transformational changes to technology stack over the last 4 or 5 years. All of us in our day life now use tools like ChatGPT, Cloud, Perplexity. If as a loan officer, you're not using one of these tools like ChatGPT for social media, for marketing, for content creation, for ideas brainstorming, you're missing out on a digital assistant that is available 24/7. And the cost of using these technologies has gone down significantly. The barrier of entry is so low, now it is available to everyone. One question I get all the time is, will these technologies like generative AI actually replace the loan officer? And my resounding answer is absolutely not, at least for the next decade. You are helping consumers and borrowers through their largest financial purchase of their life. So relationship, trust, personalization is paramount. But what we do believe is loan officers that adopt AI will actually replace loan officers that do not. Likewise, technology platforms that embrace these AI technologies will actually replace platforms that do not. All right, so now we're going to dive into, we know some trends. There'll be more loans to do this year. Brokers are on the roll, and AI is going to come and disrupt the technology landscape. So with this context in mind, how can you dominate with technology? What I strongly believe is if you have to dominate with tech, that tech should make you tick. So tick is a set of principles that I'm very passionate about. This is something we talk about internally all the time. So if there is a tech stack or a software solution that makes you tick, that's the one that is going to help you dominate. Now, before I go into what is tick through the rest of my session, that will be the focus of our talk. Let's first talk about what does not make you tick. So if as a loan officer, you are struggling with disjointed systems, fragmented applications, you have to navigate, 5, 6, 10 systems to get the loan done or to prospect, you're not really ticking. You're kind of ticked off. So what has happened over last, I would say 5, 6 years is mortgages have moved to increased digitization, right? Almost everything became digital. But what also happened as a part of that is we saw a sprawl in systems. There was a different system called LOS where you actually did your loan. There was a different POS or point of sale. There was a different pricing engine. There was a different pre-approval system. There was a different system to do call reports. I have a different system to do my docs or store my content. I have a different system to provide quotes or financial advice to my borrowers. And these systems often do not talk with each other. What happens is you're kind of navigating these systems, exporting information, importing information, different user experiences, different login, logging into dozens of lender systems to get the deal done. So over the last, I would say 5-6 years we have seen a lot of fragmentation in technology, which has slowed down loan production, which has slowed down loan officers from doing more loans. So if, as a loan officer, you're not able to wrap your arms around, okay, how many systems I'm working with? If you're working with 5, 10, 15 systems as a part of your day job, that kind of solution will not make you tick. And I don't mean by this like, one system should do it all. But what has practically happened is all these systems, an LOS system and a pre-approval system, has a different user experience, often different login, and you have to navigate, and the data always does not sync. So our opinion is the systems have to move from these discrete boundaries to experiences. So that's what we're going to talk about as a part of our TIC philosophy. So coming from disjointed system, what should technology actually offer you? So my fundamental belief is technology should be boundaryless and seamless. You should not be thinking in terms of systems like LOS, POS, PP, or things like that. You as a loan officer should be thinking in terms of experiences. What experience am I providing to my borrowers or my clients? What experience am I providing to my referral agents or who bring me business in? What experience I'm providing to my internal team? What experience do I have for myself? So the technology that will help you dominate is something which is based on boundaryless experiences. You are processing a loan, you are taking application, you are pre-approving borrowers, you are prospecting, you're trying to close a loan, you want to partner with real estate agents. So if you have technology that lets you give seamless experiences that spans these boundaries, that technology will help you dominate. And that's how we think at Arrive. Again, I'm not going to talk about Arrive in this session, but we look at, as a loan officer in my day job, what do I have to do? I have to go after more clients. I have to keep them updated on what's going on with their loans. I have to partner with my agents to let them pre-approve my borrowers based on whatever criteria I decide. And I have to partner with my team, my processors, my assistant. So any technology that provides seamless experiences, starting from application to processing to underwriting to closing, and it's kind of one system, one cohesive system. You're not kind of logging out, going to a lender portal, then logging in, kind of running the pricing again, uploading the documents. So how do you bring a unique experience where I'm processing a loan, or I'm taking an application, or I'm prospecting with my borrowers? So a solution that provides you all these capabilities in one cohesive experience, that's the technology that will help you dominate your day, your year. All right. Another concept we talk about a lot is technology needs to become self-driving on autopilot. So what do I mean by that? We talk about all these buzzwords, AI and all that, machine learning. But if you look at what Tesla did to the auto industry, they came up with this concept of autopilot, where the car is going to assist you how you're driving, and you always still are in control. But it is your sidekick, it's your helper. It knows if there's a car in front, take right. If there's a car, if there's an obstacle in front of you, apply the brake. So we believe technology will move in that direction. So or the technology that will help you dominate is going to be like that. That's what we are working at Arrive this year. Like, how can the system do things for you on your behalf, keeping you still in control? That's a pretty unique and interesting concept. Like, the system knows when loan goes to processing, what happens. How do you order third-party services? What do I tell my borrowers, my agents? You still are in control of the journey. You can tweak it, you can configure it, but we have a lot of loan information at our fingertips. So harnessing the power of that information to automatically guide you to that journey, that's the technology that's going to save you time and help you dominate your industry. All right, that was self-driving. So first part of tech is technology, no surprise there. The second part of the tech philosophy, which is very important, is independence. How can technology give me independence? So what I mean by that is independence in terms of diverse products. So we focus on mortgage brokers. One of the benefit of that channel is I, as a broker, can find unique product that fits my borrower need from a network of lenders. I'm not captive to a specific bank or investor. So we believe technology that is going to help you dominate or will help you dominate is it has to give you a diverse set of loan options, because every borrower is unique. Every loan is unique. So you need to have systems and tools in your belt that can help you find that unique product which meets the need of that specific borrower. So that's kind of how you will dominate every loan that you get, and you are going to get, you'll succeed on everything that comes in your door. By independence, I also mean it needs to free you up. It should give you access to information and data and documents wherever you are. Most of the antiquated systems we see, you have to be on your desktop. You're kind of tethered to an old Windows machine. You have to install software. So that makes you captive. Using technologies that make you captive will not help you dominate. You need to switch to systems that free you up, so you can actually pull credit, run pre-approval, run AUS, look at findings, complete your task, send a pricing code, work with your agents, work with your team, no matter where you are. So you're out on a beach, at a game, you should still be able to collaborate with your ecosystem by getting independence. So technologies that are going to help you dominate will be the technologies that provide you independence and make you free. So you can still go with your day job. It'll give you back time, and then you can do what you're supposed to do no matter where you are. All right, these technologies cross traditional boundaries. That's the second part of my tech philosophy. The third part of tech philosophy, which almost gets forgotten, is collaboration. We think of a loan journey from prospecting to pre-approval to processing to closing. It's a complex collaboration process. You're actually working with many parties. You're working with borrowers, you're working with referral agents, you're working with service providers, you're working with lenders, you're working with settlement companies. There are dozens and dozens of parties involved. So a technology that is going to help you dominate, where you don't have to worry about how do I communicate with my escrow agent? How do I communicate with my borrowers? How do I communicate with my agent partners, which is a part of the same experience? It is the technology that provides seamless collaboration. So that's going to make you more efficient by building these shared workspaces by which you can collaborate and communicate with any party involved in the transaction, again, in a seamless manner. So for example, think of you're doing a loan, right? Appraisal happened, something happened, appraisal came up or low. Now, in that context, you want to communicate with your agent. So there is a concept of notification, but how do you send a message to your agent in context of that flow that says, hey, this thing has happened. Can you please take a look at that? And that party, for example, an agent gets that message. They respond back to that message, let's say on an email or through a text, and that information directly flows back to you. So that kind of experience is going to save you a lot of time. It'll make you highly efficient. It will help you shine in front of your borrowers, your partners. So collaboration is the central hub that will help you dominate markets you operate in. If you're using disjointed systems, now I need to go to a pre-approval system, which is going to send an email. Now I need to hop back to my LOS, by the way, to do these things. Now I have to go back to my email system to send an email to my clients. Now, by the way, I have to go to the lender portal to download a commitment letter, and then I'm going to do this. So if you're spending time between dozens and dozens of systems to run your business, that's not collaboration. That's kind of a way of saying I'm going to a different system to do some basic things. So a technology that is going to help you win markets and dominate is a technology that truly helps you collaborate with your internal teams, your business partners, anybody that is involved in the transaction. All right, that's the third part of my tech philosophy. The fourth part of my tech philosophy is all about knowledge. You have to be an expert in front of your clients. They could be agents, they could be borrowers. You have to really shine. You have to come out as a trusted advisor. This is where things like artificial intelligence or analytics becomes really, really important. A technology that is going to help you win is going to be like your sidekick or your assistant or your agent. You can ask that technology some questions. Like, I have this complex situation with my client, the income situation is bad, or something else is going on, or he just moved across nation, or he's a first-time home buyer, or maybe an experienced investor. So you will have a knowledge assistant to whom you can ask questions. And this is happening today. Many lenders have launched this. Arrive is launching this knowledge bot here in coming months. But if you want to dominate your industry, you should be seen as a trusted expert. Real estate agents should be come to you because it's not your rates are better. It's not just just that you close faster. You should, and your rate should be better. But because they look at you as someone who exactly knows what advice they need, you can give them. You can evaluate a situation and actually offer them something which is going to work out, which is proven, so everyone kind of wins. That's where knowledge becomes very, very important. What we strongly believe is technologies that give you access to this knowledge in a way that is simple and seamless is definitely going to put you above par. It's definitely going to help you dominate, because as I mentioned, every loan is unique, every financial situation is unique. So if you get across a complex situation and you're able to come up with a solution using an agent, which is your sidekick, and offer that to your borrower, and look what, you not only want a client, you actually want a referral for life. We see this all the time. The loan got declined by the bank. The borrower comes to a broker. Now the broker has to do a lot of work. There's a lot of knowledge base involved for that broker to figure out, can I handle this situation? Imagine if there was a tech agent available to you, or a sidekick available to you, to which you can ask this question that says, this loan got declined because of these reasons. It's a complex situation, whatever, borrower's income, their personal situation, their mood. Can you tell me what can I do? And if there is a technology stack that can scan thousands and thousands of guidelines and look at every lender, every product, every investor, and come back with a recommendation, by the way, this is what you can offer, or a set of recommendations, that's the kind of tech stuff that is going to help you win. Because what it does is it gives you a set of options which you otherwise did not have access to. You cannot call every lender one by one, or you cannot send an email to every AE saying, hey, I have this unique situation, do you have something? So since data is kind of everywhere, the knowledge bases exist, so technology that can mine this knowledge base to actually come up with solutions which you can offer to your borrowers and to your agents, to your referral partners, that's the tech stack that is going to help you win the market. And of course, it'll make you look as a superhero. We are very excited about this. As I mentioned, over last 4 or 5 years, concepts like generative AI has become really, really powerful. So I absolutely see many technology companies, some of the lenders are already doing that, building this natural language agents where you can type in a simple question in an English-like manner and have a conversation, and then ask a follow-up question, and then ask a follow-up question. What is something still to be determined is, how do we handle borrower private data? So since we deal in a regulated industry, there are a lot of safeguards and checks we have to follow. So again, you have to be really, really careful. Don't give your borrower private data to these AI agents. There are still a lot of regulations we have to go by, but we can look at some guideline information, lender information, product information, and obviously come up with a solution that meets a specific or a unique need of your client. So what is happening today is techs that are giving you these knowledge bases where you can interact with technology in real time using plain English. There's no complex user experience. There is no complex user interface. Like I talk to anybody else on my team. How should I do this? What should I do next with this? So if there is a system that can respond back to you in a clear, concise manner, and it is accurate, that system is going to help you win. So we are working on a system like that. I'm sure many of our competitors are, but this is happening today. This is not 5 years from now. This kind of technology, as I mentioned earlier, costs have gone down tremendously. For about $20 a month, you can get subscription to ChatGPT. That can really help you drive up your presence, all over. So those are the main parts of my tech philosophy, that you should pick technology that is boundaryless. It gives you consistent, cohesive experience across all parties. It should give you independence. You should be able to pick a unique product, a diverse product, a special product based on your borrower's unique needs. It should free you up. You can be anywhere. You should be able to do your day job. Or if you work evenings, evening job, like as I mentioned, running credit, pre-approvals, complete your task, collect documents. It should let you collaborate with all parties. They could be your internal teams, processors, loan officer assistant, processing departments, disclosure desks, closing teams, what have you. Your lenders, your account executives, your referral agents, your partners, your borrowers. So a technology that will help you dominate is give you that central collaboration hub where you can exchange information with all parties, and then you are on top of what's happening in my loan. And the last, but the most important part is a technology that gives you these knowledge hubs where it can guide you, it can advise you, it can give you options, and then you can make the final decision. And that's what I mentioned earlier. Loan officers that adopt technologies that is using these artificial intelligence constructs to give you advice are going to win. Why? Because these technologies can mine terabytes of information and concise them and compact them and give you what is required. Otherwise, how do you scan through all this? So we are pretty excited about this philosophy. Systems and applications that follow tech are going to help you dominate and help you differentiate from anybody else out there. One of the other topic that we are deeply passionate about, like technologies, which technologies can help you win. These are tech stacks which are open, where you have a big community and where there is high level of engagement. I strongly believe days of closed ecosystems, I'm a big LOS, I have 60% of the market. I'm not going to share anything with anyone. I'm going to hold my cards close to chest. I'm going to make decision of what I want to build myself. I know everything. Again, this is my personal opinion. Those companies will not be around in next 4 or 5 years. So it is all about openness, transparency, and the concept of engaged communities. So we do that at RI. We have more than 15,000 loan officers. We have put them together on a Facebook group where there is a high degree of collaboration happening. Any improvements, any feedback, what should that system do, what should it not do. We get bad feedback, we get good feedback. Loan officers are exchanging best practices. How can I do this? How can I do that? And what we find is community steps up. So we are not building a platform by holding cards close to our chest. We are embracing community with open arms. We are inviting everybody to be a stakeholder. So a system that is going to help you dominate is a system which is built by wisdom of the crowd. We obviously moderate that, but our strong belief is 20,000 loan officers trying to come up with a suggestion is better than 20 loan officers. 40,000 is better than 20,000. So as the community grows up, as our community gets more engagement, we get a lot of knowledge, and knowledge is the secret sauce in today's economy. If you have to win, you have to be on top of knowledge. So having systems that are built on open, engaged communities where collaboration is easy, there is transparency, those are the systems that are going to win. Those are the systems which are going to innovate and dominate the market, and that will help you win. It also leads to better innovation. What we strongly believe at Arrive is our users are best equipped to tell us what they need. We have product managers, we have internal teams, we have experts, product experts. We still strongly believe is users in the field, it could be a processor, a contract processor, they have the best pulse on what do they need to run their business. And then our job becomes like, how can we build an open, engaged ecosystem and deliver a platform that can meet the needs of our clients, because our clients depend on us for their business. So with our platform, how can we help them dominate? So systems which are closed door, where there is less community engagement, I don't believe those systems will help you dominate. Systems which are more open, transparent, where you have a lot of collaboration and the community actually drives the roadmap, what should or should not be done. Those systems are going to help you win. This one aspect of a massive community which has kind of helped Arrive quite a bit. We started about 4 years ago, right? We hardly had any adoption. Now we are more than 25,000 users in a span of 4 years. We are pretty excited about this. And all these users feel highly engaged. So if they give us any feedback, we get it done in a matter of weeks. So adopting a system, adopting a platform that listens to users' feedback, that is very fluid and flexible. You don't have to wait, months and years if you have a feature you want for your business, and then it doesn't happen for a year. Those kinds of systems cannot help you win. So if as a loan officer, if as a processor, if as a originator, you want to win your market, you need to have systems at your disposal where your voice is heard. If you have an opinion, that opinion is heard, and that opinion is actually implemented on. So there should be, it's kind of both ways, right? If you're giving feedback to someone and the other side takes that feedback, says thank you so much, and does nothing, those systems will not help you win. They will not help you succeed. But if you partner with, there may be other companies out there. If you partner with any company that is truly listening to what you have to say, that believes in you as a stakeholder. Those are the systems that are going to help you win and dominate your market. All right, I think that's pretty much what I had, if I'm right. And again, I have a few minutes. So again, this talk was about principles and philosophies, like how can you dominate 2025? Pick the systems that best serve your needs. Invest in systems that kind of brings you together, that help you collaborate better, that give you the knowledge base that you are looking for. So with that, we are 100% focused on the broker channel. That's all we care about. Again, we are all in with our community. I spend a lot of my time with my users trying to understand what do they truly need in their business. And one of our claim to fame is any feedback, any suggestion that comes through the door and the community says, do it, we actually do it. So you should definitely go and pick systems where it's an evolving landscape, right? The technologies keep changing. So if you partner with a company that truly listens to you, that cares about your feedback, that's the kind of company or system that is going to help you win. I'm going to kind of leave with these last words. Markets are markets, rates are rates. There's a projection out there that volume may go up. We have a new administration that is taking over. There's a whole talk about tariffs and inflation and job reports. Loan officers have no control on that. So as loan officers, you can focus on things that are in your control, which means how can you get better every day? How can you partner with companies that are aligned with you? How can you partner with lenders or technology companies that can help you dominate your market? So again, I wish everybody a very happy new year again. I think we can still say that. And I hope you find the systems and tech stacks that can truly help you win in 2025 and beyond that. So again, thank you so much, Mitch. So I appreciate you having me on, and I'm looking forward to more collaboration with you this year. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I appreciate it. And Manning says he's had Arrive since day one. Best LOS he's used in his 31 years.
Yes, no, Manny, I appreciate you, and that's kind of what we get excited about when we hear these words. As I said, the LOS systems have been going on for 30-35 years, and that's why I believe that has gotten antiquated. They have gotten siloed. These systems don't improve. The world has moved on. So we are trying to kind of push the envelope and push the boundaries. And with customers like Manny, who has been with us since day one, they give us good, bad, ugly feedback, and we appreciate that, and we act on that. So,
yeah. Manny's other comment was he loves it. The only cost is the only complaint is the cost.
Yeah, we are combining 20 systems. I talk to loan officers, instead of spending $400-$500 a month, we are like $40-$50, and it goes half for processors. And we have not changed our fees since we launched 4 or 5 years ago to talk about inflation. So we are very aware of our community. Our commitment is we're going to make you successful, we're going to make you dominate, and we are all in with you. If you guys succeed, we will succeed. So that's kind of how we see this.
Yeah,
any other comment?
I've been a part of your Arrive community, and I see it, from the outside. I see a lot of, people asking for things and suggestions, and I do see that you and your team are quick to react and try to, put that stuff together for them.
So Mitch, that's our differentiator. We like as I said, people ask me, what's your secret sauce? I said it's the community. It's not the software. Obviously software has to go and it has to work. But we have this insane super fans, as we call them. They're so passionate about our system. There are sales force, there are marketing department, there are support staff. So at 140 employees, we are supporting 25,000 users, which is kind of it's a big system. But because we have the love of our community, that's one big reason we are able to be successful, and we are all in. I'm 100% committed to make our community successful, and with the love and attention we get, it pumps up even more. But yeah, that's it. So
yeah, Carlos said it is coming out cheaper for them from switching from Lending Pad because they're dropping a lot of other subscriptions. So like you said, there's a lot of stuff wrapped into one. So once you start getting rid of some of that extra stuff,
absolutely,
then it works out cheaper.
Yeah, that's how you dominate. Carlos, again, we appreciate it. I'm so excited about Edge moving over. They just moved in December. Thank you to Tom and the leadership team there. So finally they made that decision. But we are just getting started. I have promised everyone this is our very early days. We are only 4 years in this industry. over the next 3, 4, 5 years. We want to be the stack that helps every loan officer win. We have a long ways to go, but I'm very excited about our partners and the community we have built from ground up. So again, we appreciate your partnership.
Awesome. Anybody else have any questions or comments for Harish while he's here? We got a couple minutes left with him. Yeah, like I said, you have a large community on Facebook. It's cool to see, how your team takes care of those people that do have, issues, whether it's a problem they're having or a suggestion. There's always a quick response to, to try to help them out.
Absolutely. And Mitch, action speaks louder than words. You build community by trust. So as you rightly said, they're reporting issues, comments. Often there are best practices. We take that very seriously. Every comment that comes in is looked at by maybe a dozen engineers in-house, and then we do our best. Like, what can we do? And the community has voice. One person will post, 10 will like, 20 will like, 30 will like. Some others will say maybe do it a little different way, or maybe give us as an option. So that's what I was trying to mention towards my end. Platforms that are built on open community exchange are going to be the dominant platforms that will help loan officers dominate, because you're kind of getting feedback from 20,000 users, 50,000 users. So over time, we see as we grow as a company, our community will grow and we will grow along them. So that's kind of one of the big reasons we kind of have a lead on that. I must say, if I can, no other system or application has 15,000 users which are collaborating every day. We are pretty proud of that, and we're going to double down on this in coming years and grow our community and grow along with them.
Yep, awesome. And Tim said that you're an amazing CEO. He's never seen one be so involved and care so much for his customers. So that's
thank
great.
You so much, Tim. That means a lot to us, to all of us. Kudos to my team. They're equally engaged, they're equally passionate, but we greatly appreciate that comment. Thank you so much.
Awesome. I don't see any other questions. Anybody have anything other than some amazing comments for what you're doing with Arrive and our broker, the broker community? So really appreciate you joining us, and I look forward to collaborating with you more in 2025.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for having me. Thank you so much.
Yep, have a great day.
You too. Thank you. Bye. Thank you, everyone.
All right, everyone. I am just holding on hold here for 1 minute while we bring on our next sponsor. Just give me 1 second and we'll be right back with you. All right, give us 1 second here while our next sponsor joins us. Hope everybody's enjoying themselves. If you guys have any questions or anything, feel free to reach out to me. I'm on all socials, Mitchell Peak. Right. Looks like we have 2 more sessions for you after this. We have JaQuincy Williams and Shiretta Clark going to be joining us next, and then we're going to wrap up the day with Wayne Salmans. So hope you guys are excited for that, as I am. And I'm going to bring on Bretton McDonald. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing super awesome, brother. Super awesome.
Welcome to the show. Thank you for showing up and being a sponsor for the event. Geneva Financial, obviously, our main sponsor for the event. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes to kind of tell us all about Geneva and what we got going on.
Nice. I appreciate it. This is good stuff. I just wanted to share just with other branch managers or anyone that loan officers aspiring to be branch managers, that if they're in the independent mortgage bank, that Geneva Financial is the is the best. If someone's staying and retiring at the company that they're with, God bless them. But this is become life-changing for me with Geneva Financial, simply because it is the highest paid comp in the whole in the industry. And I've been here for 6.5 years, and I've seen pro formas at pricing at not all, but a ton of other direct lenders. And I've never seen us beat ever. So, and then usually, typically, it's double to triple the income net to the branch managers and the loan officers. So that's the first thing that kind of attracted it to me 6.5 years ago. And it's legit. So just that right there gave me the ability to hire better loan officers and take care of my clients better, my partners, just because I've noticed in the industry with this margin compression that the average, what I've noticed is the average branch managers might be earning 125, 150 bips at the same price point over here. I've seen it typically 250, 300 net comp. So it's the math. And I just wanted to bring it to people's attention. I think it's the best kept secret in the mortgage industry. That's really no longer a secret. And it's been the same. It's been Aaron Van Trojan, the owner, has set it up this way, and it's been this way for 17 years straight. And so I just want to make it aware to a lot of people who might be thinking of if they're going to leave. And I've seen people go from place to place. Nobody should make a lateral move, in my opinion. It should be the final move. And if you're not retiring where you are, it's worth a shot to at least reach out, because you never know. And it's worth it to, I say, take the challenge and reach out to me or Aaron, or go to joingfi.com, or reach out to me and do the Pepsi challenge and price out. Cause it's everybody's in the same realm with the direct lenders, but it's the compensation that we get paid what we're worth, what we can produce, and having that extra, it's a lot of income, especially if you have a team. So it's the compensation. Just really, we're in this to earn money for those we love and to help people. And that's the hook, is take the challenge. Just reach out to me or anyone at Geneva Financial and compare it all day long, every day, all day. I dare you, and reach out to see if the numbers make sense. And then on top of that, the most important, I think a lot of us, the most important to me is the ops. That is the most important, because it doesn't matter what the comp is if you're not closing fast and on time. But our operations and the culture is, from our underwriters that we can pick up the phone and talk to. And I think so far this month, we've had at least 4 or 5 that have closed in 8 days. And I don't think you can legally close them faster. So it's just having that ops to get loans done fast, mixed in with the marketing companies rate top 10 in the country with marketing. So just reach out to anybody over at Geneva Financial. If you're thinking of, if things aren't great where you are, if there's problems, or even if not, I just highly recommend somebody to reach out. Hopefully, if somebody sees this and they're thinking of making a move, to definitely reach out to Geneva Financial. You can reach out to me directly, and we're having fun, and I'm excited for 2025. This is fun. It should be fun.
And if you're at a different company, it doesn't hurt to follow up with Breton and see what you should be getting paid. That's the eye opener when you talk to people and you show them, like, what, like, how's that? Some people are even like, how's that possible? I've been doing this for 20 years and I've always got paid X. How do you guys pay, that? And it's like, almost like they don't believe, what you're saying. So like you said, do the Pepsi challenge, come check it out.
Yeah.
And see what it's all about.
It's too good to be true. Just example, my first loan when I came over here 6.5 years ago, I used to get paid 75 bips, and I was happy. Been there for 13 years. I was doing great. And I was making 75 bips net to me. My first loan at Geneva Financial, It was the exact same price that I would have had in my old company. And it was a $500,000 loan, and I made 300 bips net. I felt guilty that I earned so much money on the loan, but many people know the companies that they're at, that there's a lot of layered bureaucratic management, a bunch of people dipping their hands into it, and they're not efficient. Inefficient bureaucracies is what this place does not run on. It's very efficient, and that's it's too good to be true. When I saw that, it was my aha moment, because when you're used to, let's say it's do the math, just do the math. And even if you're not looking to make a change, it's worth it, because you never know. You never know. I've had people reach out, and all of a sudden the number one regret I've heard from people is that they wish that they had come over sooner. So it's definitely worth it to take 10 minutes, reach out. I'd be happy to pull up live pricing, a pro forma, send it to you, do all the diligence, research, do some cyber stalking on Geneva Financial, joingfi.com. And it's life-changing. It was life-changing for me and all these other branch managers that I've met, and they're with us and our teams. They're happy. It's fun to be around people that are cool, that are pros at what they do. People have been doing this 2-3 decades, and it feels good to have some branch managers that have joined us years ago now, and some as recent as a few weeks ago. And it's kind of like people that have been through some bad relationships, and now that they're here, they're so grateful that they made the move, and they wish that they had done it sooner. So I appreciate you, and this is great stuff.
Awesome, man. Well, hey, I appreciate you joining us and sponsoring. Let me take a look here. And then, our next sponsor, or our next speakers actually are Jaquincia Williams and Shiretta Clark from none other than the great Geneva Financial. So these two have come over and just crushing it, and they're young, hungry, and know how to market themselves. And I'm excited to bring them in and let them share how they're able to do it. You see these people have been in the industry for 20 years and they're struggling, and they're like, oh, I don't know what to do. This is tough. This is terrible. The rates suck. And, I'm having struggles. And then you see new people come in that are in the industry for, we had one on earlier, Brianna. She's only been in the industry for not quite 2 years, and she's crushing it in Nashville,
right.
And you got, Jaquincia, you got Shiretta that are coming in new and hungry, and they got a different mindset of how things should be done. And it doesn't matter what that is. It doesn't matter if it's social media. It doesn't matter if it's like Brianna, where hers is actually community related, being, in people's faces, going to every business in her block. She said they have, parties downtown, and they open up her office and have a husband daycare. The husbands get to come in and watch football on 85-inch TV and drink beers, while the wives go shop at this, these little shopping expos. And, she puts all this on, and it's huge for their community. So, it's cool to hear a new perspective. And people that are listening today that have been in this industry for 20 years, you can learn something from the newbies. It's easy to do.
Amen. It's mindset. You gotta have the burning desire. Think and grow rich.
Absolutely. Awesome, man. Well, hey, thank you for joining us today. And I'm going to bring on our next speakers.
Thanks, brother.
Thanks, man. All right. There is Shiretta and Jaquincia. How are you doing, ladies?
Hi. How are you?
Shiretta, you're on mute still. There you are. Can you hear me?
We're good. I'm good.
Okay.
You hear it?
Yeah, I can't.
Okay.
I can barely hear you.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Take the mic off. Mic off. All right. Are we good now?
Try again. Yep, I think so.
All right. I just wanted to make sure we didn't have any feedback, and I'm looking at screens. But thank you, Mitch.
Yeah, I'm excited to have you on board. Like I told the audience and Breton, you two come in and you got a whole new way of doing business. And I think it's exciting. And I think it needs to be, shared with the audience because, there's a lot of people out there thinking, oh, the market's bad and housing, this and the rates that. And, it doesn't matter if you have the right mindset and if you're putting in the effort. So I'm going to get out of the way. I'm going to give the show to you two, and let's get it going.
Sharette, I think you're back on mute.
Sorry, we're coming on the heels of a lot of great speakers. That's what I said while again having a little technical difficulties trying to work through some new technology here. But like Mitch said, we are new coming into the industry. I am Shiretta Clark Baker. I got fully started licensed and everything for the first time in 2022. And it was mid 2022. And I think a couple of months I closed my first deal. And I've just kind of been rolling ever since. And things have been going very well for me, I would say, as far as just on the up and up every quarter. And so Mitch, one day, he kind of analyzed my social media presence, and he said, this is what you're doing is obviously working. And I never really, even JaQuincy and we never really saw ourselves as like social media gurus or anything. Kind of just thought it was luck, favor, but there may be a little, matrix, a little bit of strategy here that we needed to hone in on. So I didn't necessarily do a PowerPoint. We started putting one together, and then we said, let our Facebook pages be the PowerPoint. Social media to me, it isn't just a tool, it is the tool. So what I wanted to focus on during my talk today is how it works for me solely for me. It's a game changer for mortgage professionals who want to build a strong personal brand and, connect with clients on a deeper level. And notice I said personal. I feel like social media allows your client base or your customers to see who you really are, which is huge for where we are now in the social media age. People really want to connect with you in a relatable manner. Okay. So of course, 72% of adults use social media. So that's who we're marketing to, adults who, who can buy a home. And it's a cost-effective way to market, educate, and build trust. I have in 2025, I believe, in 2 weeks in 2025, closed 6 deals. I think 2 are headed to the table now. One, I think I had to redisclose, so they're headed Tuesday. But I'm only saying that to say that it literally, each one of those closings have come from just me being on social media. I personally favor Facebook over all of the platforms, but I maintain a profile with all of the main ones like Instagram, LinkedIn, TikTok. I do have a YouTube, and someone on the panel spoke to YouTube, and you're absolutely right. It's a great tool. I need to, get back into that, but I've never paid for a lead in my life. I don't buy ads. That's just basically my story on how social media has changed my career.
So just to kind of piggyback on a few things that Shiretta has said, I too came into the industry of June 2022. After being a teacher for 9 years and also a volleyball coach. I've never been a social media person prior to an experience that I had, which I'll share with you briefly. I was just like post every now and then, use a few pictures, kind of catch up on a few individuals from high school. But as a teacher, I was a volleyball coach again, and we had this teacher-student volleyball game. It's a way that teachers, and I was a volleyball player as well, a way that we're able to kind of get back at all those students that stress us out for the year. So it was the game-winning point, and the ball was set up to me, and I just wanted to take out all frustration on the students. So I hit the ball so hard, and it was unbelievable. The gym went crazy, but unbeknownst to me, the students were recording. And this one particular student had the perfect shot, and she posted it on social media. She posted it on Instagram, all the platforms that she had. And within 24 hours, it literally went viral. I received so many friend requests, so many comments behind the video. And in my mind, I'm like, wait, okay, so this social media thing is super powerful. Like I see the students posting a lot on their social media, on TikToks, on Instagram. And I'm like, I need to utilize this in the way that I can. This was as a teacher. So I utilized this for my volleyball program, and we became pretty known in the area due to social media. So I am all for social media, and my business started from the premises of social media. I was just in Facebook, which is I absolutely love, again with Sharetta, and just inboxing as much realtors as I could, non-stop, until someone gave me a chance, and then I used that platform. Again, like Sharetta, I do try to make all of my posts relatable. I want people to see exactly who I am. I want them to be able to connect to me, and how I speak on a daily basis, whether it's professional or a little lingo, is how I post. And it's perfect for my target market. So when it comes to social media, you do have to choose the right platform, what works for you. Of course, there's Facebook, great for community engagement. That's Instagram for visual storytelling through posts, reels, stories. LinkedIn, I'm not going to lie, I need to do better with LinkedIn. I think Sharetta has that covered though, but it's for professional network and industry thought leadership. It's great on there as well. And then TikTok, of course, well, if TikTok really is about to be banned, that's also great because I have a few realtors that get a lot of leads from TikTok that they send my way. So you just have to choose a platform that's perfect for you. Again, I'm a talker. I'm a poster. I like to kind of set the tone with words. So Facebook is perfect for me, especially for the audience of the individuals I've been able to close with. And, you know, if it's first time home buyers or real estate agents, whatever's most active for you, just give it a shot. Post on all four and see where you get the most attraction. And then let that be your primary source of posting.
All right, guys. And you have to make sure it's interesting, right? So you want to create valuable content, of course. It's like 4 types that I typically stick to. There may be more, but I'm just going to speak on what has worked for me, of course. Educational, you know, we are professionals, so we're going to always throw those educational tidbits out here and there, or as often as you like, but just make sure you have that mix. So educational, just explain like mortgage terms, first-time home buyer tips, debunk myths. That's my favorite thing to do. I think I see JaQuincy a lot of times. She'll hang out in some real estate chats or whatever, and she'll see people who are not in the industry, family, friends, you know, say things that is discouraging and is incorrect. And so we love to debunk myths. So we'll take it there. We'll you know, reply to that comment, but we'll also take that as an opportunity to create an educational post. Inspirational. So share success stories or testimonials from past clients. I'm going to go through my page once we get done speaking, and you'll kind of see what exactly I post and how I post it and the simplicity of it all, because that's really what I wanted to convey today, that keeping it simple sometimes is best in these times. Personal, show behind the scenes glimpses of your day to day or hobbies to humanize your brand. That is big. Okay. I feel like that has been the majority of my following. It has come from rather me just being myself, showing my family. I have a little baby. He recently turned 1, so I show him a lot. I interact with my husband, my family. We do trips. We had big holidays recently, so I posted that where everyone came to my home, and you know, people love that. They like to see that you're just, you know, just like them, human. Engagement focused. Use polls, Q&A sessions, or ask followers for input. I'm big on that. It doesn't even have to always be mortgages based or whatever. You want to throw your profession in there, of course, so that you can see if that's a lead right there, you know, by a response. But a lot of times I would just ask, what do you think I should cook today? Or what are you guys cooking today? And then you'll see, you know, a lot of people respond. Or when my baby was transitioning from formula to regular milk, I asked the question. I was like, hey, what? And I was serious. I wanted to know, you know, but it got a lot of people attention, and it created more following. It put me up in the algorithm. So that's the big word for social media, Facebook, of course, algorithm. So it does that. So you want to content strategy tips that I would give is to use a content calendar to stay connected, consistent. For me, I don't need it. Like my Facebook, my posting and all of that, I know I do it. It's like clockwork. But for some, it is a struggle. And I think, is it Brianna? She spoke to things that turn into a chore become something that you're less likely to do. So, tread lightly there. Find what works for you, what platform is more easier for you. Because again, you want to be consistent. You don't want to start something and then, drop your followers because you don't respond to things or you no longer post and now they've forgotten about you. It also pushes down your algorithm. So just FYI on that. If you don't engage, I don't care if you got 1,000, 6,000 followers. If you stop engaging, it's going to take a while for you to build up what people are seeing. So stay consistent, create a calendar, say on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays, I'm going to post on XYZ platforms or just one platform and do it. Yeah. Incorporate visuals or infographics and videos and things like that. That's just what it is. So putting videos, and it speaks back to another person on the panel today. I want to actually try you out with the edits because I'm not great with the edits, but it's very key in being seen, posting some videos from time to time. Create short, engaging captions with clear call to actions. This is huge, 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 because I see this so much. And I even say, and I'm going to be very frank and transparent, I'm not reading all that. I will literally say, I am not reading all of that. I see a lot of real estate agents say that if I'm saying I'm a reader and I'm a writer, I have books. If I'm saying I'm not reading all of that, then can you imagine how many of your other potential customers are saying the same exact thing? I mean, we're 3 paragraphs in and I still don't know what you want. So what you can offer me rather. So be a little concise and speak clearly and make sure your call to actions are very, very clear. Hey, want to apply for a home? Here's how you do so. And then put your application link in your comment. And I say in the comment sections now because now the algorithm kind of blocks you out if you put like a link in your actual text, like your caption. So just move it to your comment section. This is when to do it. This is how to do it. This is what I want you to do. This is who I'm looking for. This is the time frame. If you can't be responsive before 5, say after 5 p.m., I'm going to start calling back, whatever. Just have a clear call to action. Okay. And then so building engagement is, again, interacting with your audience, respond to comments and messages promptly, join relevant groups and participate in discussions. And I think JaQuincia does a really, really good job of that. She is the one who sends me a lot of, you need to join this group. I think you just sent me somebody today. You need to join this group, join that group. So real estate groups, join all of them. First-time home buyer groups that are just for regular, your regular community. What am I missing? Oh, I'm in inspectors groups, appraisers groups. I'm in first-time home buyer, first-time loan officers groups or loan originator groups. And I find people. I had a client, that I've gotten from a real estate agent group where a client actually got on there and said, please help. So, and collaborating, collaborate. It is so many people in this world who need a home, need to refi, need to buy another home, need to, what am I doing? Reverse work. It's so many people. We do not have to be competition per se with each other. It's enough for us to go around. My base may not be your base may not be my base. Your clients may not want to work with me and vice versa. So we need a good mix of people, and it's enough to go around so we can all eat. It is. I mean, I don't have any competition. I collaborate. Me and JaQuincia, we collaborate. We're always we literally today we're looking at you guys on the panel, just the panel that I'm speaking to. And I know the audience is just as much, at that level, we're all just good at what we do. We're here for a reason. And you've proven that by signing up and watching this, that you're good. Trust me. Or you know what you're doing. You're on your way if you're not all the way on your way. And JaQuincia and I, we literally sat up here and we said, we need to be taking notes because you guys got it going on. And it's collaboration. That's what this is right now. Mitch and I, we spoke to collaboration, growing, giving game and getting game. Get with your real estate agents, financial planners, local businesses for cross promotion. people promote for me without even me asking to be promoted, in a sense. Not even in a sense, like literally you'll see on my page, I'll post something, people share it. It could be a person who's done my hair, she's sharing your business as well. So just always be open to collaborating. And then the hashtags, JaQuincy.
Yeah, of course. So hashtags, if you look at both of our pages, Sharetta, JaQuincy Williams, you'll see hashtags all over. Hashtag what you're intending to say, hashtag who you are, hashtag home buying tips, hashtag mortgage experts. Sharetta's is your favorite loan officer, hashtag after every post. Mine has changed only because of recent findings with new realtors. Prior to that, mine was the mortgage dream catcher. And then I literally just closed the loan after 8 days with some bomb realtors that have 8 brokerages. And they call me the loan ninja. And I'm like, I actually like that. So now my hashtags are the loan ninja, but it just increases your visibility and it makes people remember exactly who you are. I haven't seen your favorite loan officer. So when you see that, you know it's Sharetta. I haven't seen the loan ninja. So when you see it, you know it's me. And it's perfect. And so far as the analytics regarding it, monitor your performance and your metrics. Sharetta's had a few posts that have gotten a lot of shares. I've had a few posts that have gotten a lot of shares. One particular that was super simple, just to talk about simplicity. It was something that we as lenders, we face all the time regarding, those individuals taking those huge tax decreases or business losses to get a refund. And the post was super simple, right? I think I might have posted like 10 o'clock that day, and that post has like 62 shares right now, and a whole bunch of comments per share. So what I did is I went and looked at that post. Okay, cool. What time did I make this post? All right. Who are these individuals that have shared this post? Because a lot of people I'm not even friends with that it's been shared so much. I'm going to add them. Okay. Because they're probably part of the real estate sector. Now I'm going to jump in their inbox. I'm using social media for my leads, and so I've been kind of posting little short snippet things similar to that has also been helping. So guys, use those hashtags and then monitor your performance. You have to take a look at the analytics, have to look at the data to see what is driving your audience so you know what to post next. I haven't quite figured it out 100%. I'm not going to sit here and lie and say I have. However, I am moving a step in the positive direction based on the feedback that I'm getting per post. And I think we're going to talk about compliance now. Compliance. So guys, we all know Facebook will shut you down. Now it's so crazy. Sharetta and I share a lot of different things. She posted one thing. I posted the same exact thing because we do share sometimes. I may tweak it a little bit. They shut me down because they say I was non-compliant, but hers is just fine. It was just the verbiage that was used when posting about the same situation. So follow those compliance guidelines, the advertisement, the disclosures to privacy. Avoid discussing specific loans. Guys, we know that. We all took that super hard test, super long test. So we know we can't talk about specifics. And then maintain a professional versus personal balance. Again, there's times where I speak highly professional. There's times where I'm down with the lingo, just depending on what my audience is. And I may post very professionally, or I may post and let you see who I really am, right? It all works for you. And then lastly, be mindful of your tone and ensuring that it aligns with your brand. I'm consider myself a very down-to-earth person. I know Sharetta does as well, but I want that to come across to my audience that, hey, no question is too stupid. There's nothing wrong with asking me for the simplest thing. I have no problem that I speak about availability and I make sure that I am available if I'm posting about that. And that's one of the biggest things that I see that a lot of the lenders are not really adhering to. If we're posting availability and we try to contact and there's no availability. So I try to make sure that availability, one that aligns with my brand, because that's what I say, I'm available 24/7. Try not to be, but I'm available 24/7. And I try to make sure that I adhere to what it is that I'm posting. I try to make sure that everything I'm posting really aligns with who I am inside and out. And it works for the both of us. And we're literally doing the same things. Like we're collaborating nonstop. We're texting nonstop. I may steal her post. She may steal mine. And it's okay because we do it all the time for the better of ourselves. And we tag each other a lot in a lot of our posts. That goes back to the collaboration part. Granted, I'm collaborating with a lot of realtors. I'm also collaborating with her. And recently I've gotten phone calls from lenders in the area wanting to know, hey, what it is that you do. How are you getting the success that you're getting? And I just let them know, hey, it's all about just showing individuals who you are, being transparent, right? And then aligning everything with your brand, and then you'll be able to move forward. And we use social media religiously for that.
Yeah, so that's like that's consistency. Be consistent, provide value, and engage authentically. That's literally piggybacking off of everything she just said. And I always say, you know, collaborate again with your fellow loan officers, your fellow, you know, people in the industry. Collaboration is key. Do not sleep on that. That was our topic. Don't sleep on social media. Do not sleep on collaborating with others. This is weird. I know I understand the competitiveness of a lot of things, but you really cheat yourself out of growing your platform and growing your brand by trying to be, you know, on an island by yourself. It just doesn't work like that. And this is me speaking from, you know, things that I've done, things that I've seen work, not just guesswork. So I always say, you know, no day like today, right? So if this is not you, if you're someone who shy away from all things social media, but you want to be successful in this business, try this. I've given you my way of doing things, and it has worked for me. JaQuincy has shown you it has worked for her. JaQuincy, how many deals did you close last year?
74.
74 transactions. I haven't counted.
And my primary source was social media. I'm hoping to, you know, get double that this year, but primary source, of course, is social media.
74 transactions. How many do you have under contract right now?
Right now, it is 19. I have 19 under contract right now.
So this is not like I'm telling you to go run and spend $1,000 a month here, $4,000 there. We spend $0. $0. So collaborate, share your contact information, and invite, you know, attendees to connect with you on social media. I always put who you are, what you do. You may think that you've said it enough that they know. A lot of people haven't seen it. They don't know, or they don't remember. And that is the only way for the brain to pick it up. You have to see it a certain amount of times for a certain amount of minutes for it to stick and click. So you have to continue to put the same stuff out, hashtags and things like that. Real quick, Mitch, give me a time check. I was just going to run through my page, and then JaQuincy will run through hers, and then.
Yeah, you got time.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to try to present and show just real quick my page.
And you may have to show mine too, because I don't know my login on the computer.
All right. No problem.
And guys, I'm the person that do not like to post. Absolutely hate posting. I am not a poster, but I see the success I've gained from posting. I literally have to force myself to post every day. That's not me, but it works.
So here we go, mixed with professional and personal right here. So professional, have your who you are, what you do, and how you can be reached, and who you service somewhere in your banner, at least somewhere at the top of your page. And the reason why, there has to be one general place every time someone clicks into your page where they can see exactly who you are and what you offer. Prime example, I literally just hired a cleaning company, and one lady, you know, she reached out to me from one of those community posts, and everything sounded good. And then when it got down to the payment, her payment methods weren't working, and then it started making me back away a little bit. And then I said, well, let me just go and look on her page and see, you know, what others have said, and that way I can, you know, have some more trust again. And nothing was on there about being a cleaning service. Absolutely not. Do you think she got hired? Absolutely not. So same with you. If this is what you do, this is what should be on your page. My name, you know, stuff like that, branch manager, whatever my title is, what you do, who you're servicing. And then put your real name on your social media, guys. If you are too hot for TV, you know, like that's not professional, guys. Put your name on there, because no matter what, people can find you. You can't really hide unless you're hiding from an employer, something like that. I mean, you know, most of us, this is most likely our only job. So this is your brand. This is your business. Put your real name on your social media. And then, of course, you scroll down my intro, who I am, what I do, how to reach me, my NMLS number, little personal things about me on the side, and then, you know, my jobs, education, and all of that. Now, the next thing I wanted to pinpoint, pin a post That's another thing. If you don't necessarily want to adhere necessarily to putting something in your, what is that called? Your cover photo. If you don't necessarily want to put something there, that's cool. Because I know like Christmas time, you want to put your family, that's personal, that's cool. I spoke to doing that. Well, just make sure that you have your pinned post here that's special, lets everyone know what you specialize in, and it specifies like exactly who you are, what you've done, and then how to contact you. Pin that, okay? As you can see here, mine has been shared 10 times. You can alter that. Like if you change companies or something like that, all you have to do is alter, your post here, but it doesn't change how many times it's been shared and whose pages that it has ended up on, okay? And just, I always check this too, because sometimes I'll miss things and I'm like, oh, shoot, somebody sent me a comment, so check on it because you're not going to always catch those notifications so that you can respond to people. Post a photograph that helps grab attention and puts you in the algorithm. Let people know when you have things going on. I do that. I always share like other industry professionals are doing things. I always try to share. Don't overshare to where your page get mixed up and no one can really see what you're doing. They see what other people are doing. But I always be supportive in some types of way to bring business or followings to your colleagues. And so right here, this is a post where one of my closing, the mother was showing her son, their bathroom, going through the house after they closed. She kept it a secret from him. It was his Christmas gift, and he was literally losing. It was almost, it was a very emotional video. These are the things people want to see. They want to see real life families getting home. You're the reason behind it. They want to relate to that. They're going back to the inspirational, everybody can do it. I'm posting the panel showing, and then of course, here's a big one, and I wanted to say it earlier, but I'm glad I just saw it. And then I'm going to switch to JaQuincia's page. Post your successes, pop your collar. They want to know. They don't want to go to the regular smuggler. They want to go to the one who getting clear to close after clear to close, back to back, close, funded. They want 15 under contract. Who's next? That is what gets the people going. And so I post every time, clear to close. And then this one I saw, and I'm going to move on to JaQuincia's page. But you see, when we're talking about collaborating, I left off credit repair specialists. Do not sleep on the credit repair specialist. Find you one who is good, tried and true in the game, who knows exactly what to do, how to get people prepared for home ownership, whether it takes them a year or two that they're following their process, their program, and building credit and all of that, and link up. This young lady found me she's a multi-million-dollar self-made business mogul in the credit and financial realm. She has been on several shows. She's been speaking on different panels such as these, as she's been traveling all over the world. And she found me on Facebook. And she has installed me in this program that you see right here. And I am that preferred lender. And now my preferred realtor for Alabama is her preferred realtor. And we close a lot of deals. And so anyway, I get business fed to me just because I wake up every morning. I got one ready for you, got one coming. I have this, I have a question about this, so add that to your list of collaborations, partnerships, the credit repair specialist for your 2025.
Yeah, because credit repair specialists are important because they're not people that are going to give you business today. You know what I mean? And if you have a client that's got a low score, they're not going to be ready tomorrow, but it's going to feed your pipeline, and eventually they're just going to keep flowing in 30 days, 60 days, 90 days.
Yeah.
They're just going to keep coming. And never tell a person no. When someone applies for a loan, the worst thing you can tell them is, sorry, I can't do it. You can say, sorry, not today. Let me get you connected with X. They're going to get you set up so that we can get you going in 60 days. We're going to get you going in 90 days. We're going to get you going within the year, but never tell them no.
Absolutely. I mean, and JaQuincy, I'll let you speak on your page, but I have a a closing that happened a week ago, and that was the very thing, Mitch. I'm glad you said that. She remembered coming to me. I don't really remember, but she remembered coming to me, and she wrote it out on her, testimonial and tagged me in it. And she said, I found Sharetta on Facebook. There's that Facebook again. And I saw she was closing all these people, la da da da. And she said, and I came to her. I slid in her DM, as she says it. And she said, and she told me no. She said, no, not right now. This is what you need to do. And she said, and I took that and I went to who she said that I need to go to, which was that credit repair lady. And then that credit repair lady got her fixed up. I don't know how much time has passed, guys. I am going to go back and figure it out. And she said, and then I came back and I said, Sharetta, I'm ready. And she said, I said, yep, you're ready. And she closed in 30 days. So, found the home and all of that in 30 days, and she closed. And so to Mitch's point, it doesn't matter if it's not yes right now. They're still a potential client, especially if they are willing to do the work, because they're already signed up in credit repair. So they're going to eventually get fixed. And that was that. But JaQuincy, I'll pass the floor to you.
So Sharetta's Facebook page and mine, it's a tad different, but it still has the same concept. I have my son in the background. I mean, my son is my world. And I try to showcase things that are very important to me in a sense of helping individuals as well. You can keep scrolling, Sharetta. So speaks to motivation. Like this morning, I think I posted early this morning, and there's my contact number, pinned page, letting you know I'm a mortgage lender, things of that sort. Keep scrolling for me, Shy. Alrighty. So this little funny post right here, and this is true. Like, it's always how the rates now, how's a lender? And I have a few lenders that have commented on there, thought it was funny. And I actually had one, hey, how are you from lender to lender? And it's okay. I have another motivational post. The efforts you put in today will determine your outcome a few months from now. Be intentional, because that is so true with everything that you do. And then scroll down for me, Shy. You can keep scrolling, but scroll to the one with the 57 or 61 likes. For short, of course, I get tagged from the realtors when it comes to closings. I tag the realtors when it comes for closings. Similar to Sharetta, I do put clear to close. I go back up for me 1 second. I talk about things that are relatable, because what I've noticed is a lot of people scroll up for me, that they have to have the perfect credit. So in this particular post right here, I'm letting you know, hey, you do not have to have perfect credit to get a home. Have a few shares on that, because a lot of people are agreeing with that situation. And scroll down for me, Shy. Keep going. And again, you see my personality throughout all my posts. I try to make myself as relatable as I possibly can. Talking about the tax returns, keep scroll for me. Talking about Section 8, got a couple of posts or a couple of reshares from that. My clear to closes. But then it goes down to this one, and I think it's coming up next. Just a little faster, Shy. With a red background. Again, I post myself a lot, and I let people know exactly who I am. I post this probably one too many times, but it's okay. They all like them. This one right here, for instance, okay, or 57 shares. This was shared by so many different people. Click on 57 shares, Shy. And it was shared by a lot of people, in which I have no idea who half of these people are. But what I did is I went and I added every single one that I could visibly see that didn't have a private page. And I was in their inbox if I did not see that they were either realtor or they weren't lender. Okay. So it's simple shares like this that gets a lot of traction. And alone, I have realtors contacting me nonstop. Hey, can I ask you a question? Lenders, hey, can I ask you a question? Even buyers, hey, can I ask you a question? And a lot of people just text me like I know who they are with no number. But, social media is so powerful, guys. You just have to utilize it. You may not want to, because I never want to all day, every day. I force myself to post, but it works and it's beneficial. So that's my 2 bits.
All right, guys, you have your homework. If you don't already do this, pick one platform and post something today. Literally, once this course is over, I want you guys to post something. And then I want you to go and find everybody on this panel and their pages and be their friend, follow, like, and all of that, subscribe, whatever you have to do. And that's building up your algorithm, your base right there, just by opening up to people that you may have not been friends with in any other setting. So that's helpful. Did anybody have any questions or feedback? Or, I can post how to reach me if you guys want to just link up sometimes or do a couple of chats, because JaQuincy and I sit on calls with agents and lenders and, up and coming people all the time, just to give some tips on everything, really, how we strategize our business and keep up with our clients and all of that. And our answer is we just do it, and this is what we do. We just get it figured out. We're open to, your feedback as well. But if there aren't any questions, I'm pretty much good on what I had to say.
One thing I will say is back to the credit repair stuff. There's not a more happier person and a person that's going to sing your praises more than someone with a 520 credit score that you got back to the table in 6 months. Because they're going to tell everybody. They're going to tell everybody they're related to. Oh my God, JaQuincy, Sharetta, I had a 520 credit score. I went to her and they got me to the table in 6 months because of the help of their credit repair specialists. And they're going to sing your praises more than someone with the 720 that just comes to you and they already are set and, they're in and out. They don't have that wow moment. So that's another thing that you get from the credit, the credit repair.
Oh, thank you, Tim.
Awesome. All right. Well, I don't see any questions. I want to thank both of you for joining me today. We got one more speaker, Wayne Salmans. If you're not familiar with him, stick around, check him out. He is out of Texas. Amazing human being, and you'll love him. So appreciate you both very much.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Thank you. See you later. All right. I'm going to add our next and final sponsor. You might remember John from yesterday. How are you doing, John?
Hey, I'm happy to be back. Day 2.
I'm excited to have you, man. Day 2 is going good. I think we've got a lot of great information, from people that have been in this industry a long time and from people that have only been in it for a couple years. And it just goes to show you that, you can learn from everyone.
100%. If you're not learning, you got some bad things happening out there for you.
Right. Well, I'm going to get out of your way, and I got your screen share up, and I'll let you take the mic.
Awesome. So I'm going to try and go pretty fast here. And for those of you that were here yesterday, might be a little bit of redundancy, but this is my LinkedIn page. And what it says here is I help loan officers and brokers suck less and get unstuck with 27 years in the mortgage trenches. So if you're feeling stuck, it's probably a good likelihood that I have seen this before. And my whole goal is to help you get unstuck. So let me just there's a little thing over here that's, there we go. So if you want, reach out, connect on LinkedIn. Really 2 people, I said this yesterday, that I help, and that's the Just Getting By group. It's the people that are just there struggling to just stay in the business. And then I also have a group of people, you've kind of got it figured out, you're making some monies, but you're really looking at ways to kind of scale or to get some additional leverage inside of your business. And my expertise comes from over the last 2 years. I've spent a significant amount of time. I've actually launched a couple of different companies. One was Be a Broker, which was a white glove service where I helped loan officers start their own brokerage, everything from setting up your LLC to getting credit to, do I need a shred it bin inside of my office space? You name it. We did everything there, all the way to drip campaigns inside of their businesses. And, right, some of those businesses are flourishing, doing well, kicking ass today. And that was awesome. Also do a lot of coaching one-to-one with individual bankers, and then do consulting at a company level. So I'm seeing a large spectrum of different people's struggles inside of the mortgage space. And if you're like me, we go in this space between I suck to it's going to be okay. And it kind of is one of those industries. It's fragmented. It's not great. I worked at what is now Rocket Mortgage, for years. And Dan Gilbert used to say, the founder of that company, that our goal, that we suck less. So the industry sucks. My goal is to help see that you suck less and actually excel inside of here. So have done a bunch of stuff. People have went in and actually downloaded some of these playbooks and different things on my website since yesterday. There's a ton of stuff out there for you, and would love to share all that with you. So after all those conversations, what do people want more than anything else? People want some certainty. They want to know, if I do the things that you're telling me, will I get the result? Is there any guarantee? And there is no guarantee at all in life with anything. But what I can tell you is, after those hundreds of conversations, Most businesses have a couple of the exact same key constraints. And my job after being and doing this for a really long time is to try and help you identify those constraints inside of your business and find that one thing. Right now, every single one of us have one thing in our business that if we just fix that thing, all other things would become easier. And our goal every single day is to eliminate the one thing and upgrade it to a better new one thing that needs to be fixed. And our whole lives, we're going to be fixing things. You just want to be fixing bigger and better problems and ones that pay you more. So how do you do that? A lot of this you just do by obtaining leverage. And you've heard other people talk about leverage, right? We just listened to some young ladies there that are talking about how you get leverage on social media. Leverage is a huge thing. And we've got a couple of different options, right? There's you alone, and it's just your strength. How much effort can you put in? You start adding skills. You can see there is no leverage there. This is my lever. I start adding skills, social media, posting, whatever it is. The more skills I have leverage. You have to combine your leverage. So your skills plus your effort equal how much weight you can lift. The more skills and the more effort you have, the more you get. Now in this diagram, you're capped at 24 hours in a day because this is just you as an individual. If you can go in and start to add in some systems, the systems becomes the fulcrum. The more systems you have inside of your business, the bigger it is. The more systems you have, the more standard operating procedures, those kind of things actually allow you to scale. And that's when you can begin to hire people and you can start to lift a lot of weight. You can start to actually move mountains there. I'm going to skip Johnny Cash just from a time constraint, but I'm going to give you an opportunity at the end to figure out exactly what I was going to show this slide for. Inside of our coaching programs, I'm not sure if any of you are familiar with the FinLocker product, but I want to let you know that our consumers and the people that we're going to interact with day in, day out are getting to us sooner in the game. And there was a question I asked somebody earlier today. I said, do you believe that consumers are going to start getting their information sooner and sooner, and that they want more information? They're not just showing up online to go out and apply. If you believe that consumers want that, you've got two options. You're going to have two. Thing number one is show up where they are at earlier in their process and be the one that educates them there, or be the person at the end that's there battling, fighting for them. It's a commodity. It's purely about a rate and a fee. And we offer inside of our community an app that we call, it's a FinLocker app, but it's called the Fin Toolbox. Anybody in our coaching community can get access to this. And a lot of our programs, it just comes with free. You don't even have to pay anything extra for it. So we've got a really cool tech thing in there for you. So I love tech. And so how do you kind of access all of these things? Thing number one, if you want to reach out, I've seen quite a few LinkedIn connections and those kind of things. If you're just like, I don't know if I want to do much, take and scan this QR code right here. This takes you to a digital business card. Inside of there, you get access to all my social media, you name it. There's full access here. This is a pro tip. If you are a loan officer, anybody, and you've got a crappy signature, this is your hello to the world. If your signature looks like crap, people can't click on it. They can't dial. They can't do things with it. You're losing business. You don't know it's happening because they just never reach out. So have a great digital business card. This is a company called Blink. I think it's ME. Message me and I'll tell you exactly how you can have this for yourself. It's completely free, but super cool. So if that's where you're at, you just want my contact info, reach out there, connect with me on LinkedIn. That's kind of my primary online spot. The next slide, if you want a little bit more, we've got a free training group. I think I had 4 or 5 people sign up yesterday for this, where we post every single day. We post things that are either a skill, so it's the actual how-to, a sales component, how do you take the skill and actually apply it to your business and use it inside of there, or it's system related. And every single day we're posting things out there that you can take and use right away. And I have a premise. And that premise is that your 1,440 minutes every single day are the most important thing that you have. So I want to add more value per minute than any other coaching program out there. If I'm asking you to get on a call, it's not to just sit there and get on a call for the sake of doing it. It's because we want to add value. So VPM is a big thing for me. I want to add maximum value per minute. So if you want to jump in there, that's the broker foxhole. Take a snapshot of that and go from there. Now, if you want maybe a little bit more, and that's the last thing here. If you want the most, this QR code right here will take you to a landing page where you can book a 30-minute session. We'll take a look at your individual business. We'll find the key constraint inside of your business. I'll give you 1 to 3 tactics that other people have used and are using to this day to uncover that, to unbreak that, to get unstuck. It's 100% free. You know, I don't even know if right, there is a program or anything that I sell that might even work for you. But this, I know for a fact, you will walk away with 1 or 2 things that you can tangibly enter into your business and can become better instantaneously. So if you want the most, book a session. You'll go there. You'll put in your name, number. We ask you a couple of questions just because it's only a 30-minute session. I don't want to ask a whole bunch of questions like, are you on Encompass? What do you use as a CRM? Those kind of things. So you'll fill something out. You'll get a little survey to complete. You're on my calendar. We'll get it booked, and I'd love to have a conversation with you. So all of that there, a whole bunch of different ways for you to be more successful. And if you're looking for certainty in this business, the only certainty I can really give you is if you continue to do the exact same things that you've been doing, you're going to continue to get the same results. Sometimes you've got to kind of step out. If you want to do something different, you want to grow, you kind of got to step out and do things a bit different. So scan this QR code. I would love to hear from you. Connect on the social medias, wherever it may be, but I'm here to help. Been doing this for 27 years, literally helped thousands of loan officers earn hundreds of millions of dollars of commission. And I think I can help you too. So would love to hear from you.
Awesome. I appreciate it, John. Everybody get a hold of that QR code I just did on mine. So appreciate that. And if anybody has questions for John, feel free to reach out to him on social. And I appreciate you helping us out and being a sponsor, John.
Hey, I appreciate being here. Love what you're doing. We all can get better, right? Absolutely. Success is a choice. You've got to choose to grow.
Absolutely. I appreciate it, man.
Awesome, man. Keep up the good work.
All right. Thank you. We'll talk soon.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. We're going to bring on our last and final speaker. So give me a second here to bring on my friend, Wayne Salmans. I'm just going to jump out of the way. And since we're running a little short on time, and give him the stage. So I do apologize. We are going to run a little late today, but please stick around. Check out the replay if you can. But I'm going to bring Wayne.
My friend, thank you for having me on here. I am thrilled that I gave you part of what you're doing, and everything you've done the last several years has been very cool to be on, to be able to watch you grow this and make the impact you're making. So let's jump right in. I'm Wayne Salmans. I was an agent, a speaker, and today my goal is just to give you things you can actually use in your life that'll make a significant impact. So I'll give you 2 seconds on who I am, and then we'll go from there. So I was born at a young age. I was born in Dodge City, Kansas, and thank God at age 7, my parents moved from Kansas. I love Kansas. I just didn't love where I was in Kansas. Moved from Boot Hill, Dodge City, Kansas to Canada at age 7, which was pretty confusing, going from y'all to A, and now I say both. So I spent my life, most of my growing up years in Nova Scotia, Canada. And then at age 15, I left home, moved out, and went around the world and did relief work and some other really cool things, some mission work, relief work all over the world, which was incredible. Came back, was in a couple movies back in the day, just some cool stuff. And then eventually ended up landing in Alaska. I went up to Alaska for 1 summer to work for the summer and ended up staying for 10 years. This is my son, one of my sons shooting, I don't know, Roman candles at me or something. After I got into real estate, I did real estate at a high level, was the third under 30 for for Realtor Magazine, then transitioned from being a realtor into training, and that's really what I felt I was supposed to be doing. Went on to teach Bold, which I'm sure some of you have probably heard about Bold or sponsored it. Bold for 5 years, which was incredible. Now I live here in Dallas, Texas. I can do cool things like go to hockey games and hang out with athletes and do some fun, amazing stuff. At the end of the day, though, my favorite thing is being dad. I have 5 amazing kids, and man, they're everything to me. So, now here's the thing about that. When I go through and share some of my journey, what it leaves out is all the really tough stuff. What it leaves out when someone reads my bio, it doesn't talk about all the mistakes I made along the way. And it was about 14 years ago. Have you ever had that moment where everything on the outside looks good, but on the inside you're in absolute turmoil? And that was the case for me, right? 14 years ago, give or take, I looked great on the outside, meaning, I was married, I had a couple of kids, I was really involved in the community, I was making a bunch of money, I was doing all the right stuff on the outside, yet my insides were in turmoil. If you ever had that moment where you're out of congruency with yourself and then you do something to totally screw up your life to at least get back, right? Like I didn't feel worthy of what I was doing. I didn't feel like that matched me, right? So I ended up self-sabotaging at such a high level, right? To the point where I literally, we can have a real conversation here, I assume. Right? I had an affair. I screwed up my business to the point where I lost everything. And I was on the floor of a vacant building getting ready to take my own life. And I'm so grateful that in that moment, I had this aha moment. You can call it the universe, I call it God, where I had this moment where it became very clear to me that I can make one or two choices. I can either check out, which was my plan, or I needed to be my own hero. I was gonna, if it was, I could check out, or I had to be the one that was gonna step up for me. Nobody was coming to save me, right? And what I'm grateful that I made the decision to attempt to step back up. And in my mind, what's so interesting about that time for me, 2 things that really stand out to me is, first off, is I actually felt like the kindest thing I could do in that moment was take my life. I felt like I had screwed up at such a high level that the best thing I could do for my kids and for everyone else was to actually just in my life check out, as if life would be no. Now looking back, that feels crazy to me, but in the moment that made all the sense in the world. The moment I thought the kindest thing I can do is check out and get out of everybody's way because I'm such a screw up. Fortunately, I had this thought of maybe I could. What if I even if it took 5 or 10 years to recover, maybe that would be worth it. And I thought, but nobody's coming to save me. Meaning, I'm gonna have to save me. I'm gonna have to be the hero. I'm gonna have to be the voice that I'm waiting for. And I wish I could say that the next day everything got easy. It didn't. It took a while to go through that journey. But looking back, I had some really interesting ahas. The first thing is I realized that nobody was coming to save me. And I think sometimes we can have what I call now Prince Charming syndrome, which is we're waiting for someone to save us. We're waiting for interest rates to change. We're waiting for our manager to give us some amazing thing. We're waiting for somebody else to do something to save us. And at the end of the day, people will help, but you're the only one that can save you. The second thing that I realized, and this one was really important for me, I thought that I was such a failure that I may as well just check out. And what I realized in the years to come was, yes, I had made mistakes, but I had failures. I wasn't a failure. And I think as adults, a lot of times we have a failure, and instead of it being an event that happens, right? It's like if you fall off your bike, right? It's like I fell off my bike. But as adults, we start labeling ourselves with stuff. We start saying, I am a faller instead of, hey, I had a fall and I got back up. And the quote that helped me the most was Eric Thomas said, failure is a bruise, not a tattoo. What I realized is I had unconsciously tattooed myself with all of these failures rather than seeing them as lessons and then being bruises that I could recover from. And then the third thing that I realized was I didn't really have a plan to recover. I didn't really have a great plan on how to take care of me, how to recover from tough times, how to get through things. So I'm going to assume that I'm talking to leaders. I'm going to assume that for the next little while we have together, that you are here on purpose, that there's a reason you're here. I think there's a lot of other places you could be right now, and yet you chose to be here. And I think that this is a defining moment for you, right? Everything you're learning in these days, my promise to you is to give you so much value in this a while that you're going to be able to go implement it right away, and it's going to make a tangible difference on your life. Let's have real conversations. Here's what I recognize is this business has not necessarily been easy in the last couple of years. Agreed. And it's tough to do what we do. You know, I look at these stats, I'll pull them up here. And when you look at these, man, it kind of blows your mind a little bit. But looking at these stats, we see that those of us that have chosen to be unemployed every morning, in a sense, when we wake up, we're more likely to struggle with depression. Right, our ADHD numbers are through the roof. right. 90% of us on this call probably have Vyvanse or Adderall within arm's reach somewhere. Right. Look at our addiction numbers. Look at our bipolar. It's tough to do what we do and to keep our head in the game. This is not necessarily easy. And what I know is my mission on earth is to help people see their greatness and then give them the tools to tap into it. So my prayer today is that I expose you to a little bit more of your greatness and then give you some great tools to tap into that greatness so that you can go implement right away and make a significant difference in your life. So here's what I know. The battle is not just out there. The battle is in our mind. It's tough. And I want to share this letter with you and see if this resonates with you. This is a letter that one of my clients wrote a while back. And he said this, he wrote to his wife, Sarah, and he said, Sarah, please bear with me. This isn't easy, but the time has come and I can't hide anymore. I need to be 100% honest with you and myself. I realized the past year I've been living in delusion, and it's caught up to me. It's caught up to us. I made a lot of promises this last year. I promised the vacation we would go on, the time I would take off. I told the kids about a bunch of stuff that we would do, and still I have the list written down in my office drawer, and I looked at it and it gave me a huge gut punch right to my heart. I gave you my word that everything would be great this past year, that I would do my best. Yet in reality, it wasn't. There were way too many days I went to work and didn't do what I needed to do. I knew what I needed to do, and I slacked off. I slacked off from making calls and doing the hard stuff that I know I should have done. Sitting here, I'm thinking about all the things that I wrote on that list, and it breaks my heart to realize how much time I spent complaining about the market. How much time I spent telling you I was trying while knowing deep down inside I wasn't doing my best. I'm ashamed to admit to you that I'm not the man you needed this last year. I wasn't the dad our kids needed and the guy our kids were counting on. You deserve more, a lot more. I let my fear justify my inaction, and now I'm sitting here face to face with reality. I played small. I convinced myself that it was normal and okay. Everybody was having a tough time. Yet my lack of focus and lack of effort, it pushed us apart. And while I tried to blame everything and everyone else, the market, the customers, I even found myself blaming you and the kids for distracting me instead of looking in the mirror and taking really deep accountability. I hope you can forgive me. I want to do better. Don't lose hope. Here's my question for you. Could you have done better this last year? Could this last year have been better? How many of you feel like, and here's the reality. You should feel guilty if you knew what to do and you didn't do it. You should feel guilty if you weren't working to improve yourself. You should feel guilty if you weren't having great moments of introspection and doing the hard stuff. Now on the other side, you shouldn't feel guilty if you kept improving a little bit. You shouldn't feel guilty if you kept reaching out for help, if you kept taking action, if you kept learning and growing. But the reality is some people should feel guilty right now about some of the things they did last year. There's some things I could have done a lot better this last year. The key is grace with recommitment. Now, sometimes we love to just beat ourselves up. That's not what I'm asking you to do. And then sometimes we give ourselves too much grace, which is like, oh, it's okay. We excuse everything away. Grace with more grace will lead to complacency and failure, right? But also beating ourselves up 24/7 doesn't work either. So my invitation for a lot of us is grace with recommitment, which means get clear on what I could have done better last year. Write that down and then recommit. Here's what I'm going to do. Get clear. So grace with recommitment is one of the most beautiful ways to move forward, especially if you know, like I could have done better this last year, right? And my request for you at the end of this entire thing is be the one. Be the one who takes action. Be the one who implements what we're talking about. Be the one who is proud of yourself a year from now because you did the tough stuff. You did the things you know you needed to do. And I believe you can write this down. If you're, write this down. I believe you can have anything in your life if you get these 3 things dialed in. I'm going to give you a lot of these today, right? You can have anything you want in life with these 3 things. If you have the right mindset, the right skill set, and the right tool set. So mindset is how do I get this in line and keep it in line, right? Tool set is I've got to have the right tools, the scripts, the plan, right? The calendar, right? I got to have the right tools. And then the skill set is knowing how to use the tools. So I'm going to give you some of those today. But seriously, thank you for having me. And let's start this way. So let me give you some of the things. Let me use some truths about this year, and see if these resonate with you. So here's the first one. I don't believe this is going to be the easiest year of your life. I don't think this is going to be the easiest year in business, right? I think a lot of us maybe were hoping interest rates would change a bunch or a lot of different things would happen. I don't think this is going to be the easiest year. I think it's going to be good, but it's not going to be the easiest. My friend, thank you for having me on here. And you can be opposing or you can be composing. And my challenge for all of us is to get into a state of composing and out of a state of opposing. Right. The second best way to really mess your year up is to avoid tough conversations. And I think there's 3 levels, or at least a couple levels of tough conversations. And one I see a lot with the clients I'm coaching is the first level is they're not great at tough conversations with their clients. And that's the first thing you got to get great at. You got to get great at how do I have tough conversations with my clients and help them see the reality and understand the options they have in front of them. The second is some of us need to have tough conversations with our teams and helping them realize here's what it's going to take to win this year. I hope you're on board because here's what it's going to take. And if they're not on board, that's okay. Right. But here's what it's going to take. And then the third level of tough conversations is you with you. What are you pretending not to know? Now, what do you think about that for a moment before I give the next 2? Think about this for a second. What are you pretending not to know? Are you pretending not to know your schedule's got to be different? Are you pretending not to know that you don't have enough, of list and you need to go find more? Are you pretending not to know I got to make some cold calls? Are you pretending not to know that my daily schedule is not in line with where I want to go? Are you pretending not to know, hey, if I do this over and over again, I'm not going to get where I want to go? What are you pretending? Are you pretending not to know there's a skill you need to improve? Maybe you need to improve your skill of tough conversation. Maybe you need to improve your delivery skill. Maybe you need to improve, your attractive factor and how people are drawn to you, right? What are you pretending not to know? Have the tough conversation with you. Here's the third thing you can do to screw your year up if you really want to. The third one is stay in confusion. Man, I see so many people doing this right now. They're pretending not to know what to do. So many people are like, I just don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. But when I really get into it, most people do know what to do, or at least they have a good idea, right? We use confusion unconsciously often as an escape hatch for not taking action. We use confusion to justify not doing some of the hard stuff. Are you pretending to not know what you need to do? Were you pretending to be confused, but you really just either need to get clarity or you already know what to do, you just don't like it? And then the fourth thing is this: try and do it on your own. Man, trying to do it on your own is the toughest, hardest way to do this, which is why I'm glad you're here, which is why I'm glad you're taking this in, because the fact that you're here means you're not just trying to do it all on your own. So here's the thing. Let's get into working with amazing agents, right? How do I work with agents? How do I get more agents to want to work with me? How do I get inside the mind of the real estate agent? So let's go through a couple things I think about. So the first thing is this: if you want to make more money, the first thing you got to do is discover where's the cheese, right? And we say where's the cheese because it came from a book. Most of you have probably read. If you haven't, go read it. There's a book called Who Moved My Cheese? And the whole principle of the book is basically, hey, my cheese used to be over here in this corner. Something happened, and now where is it, right? Like, you used to have a plan that worked. Now where did the cheese go? I'll tell you, and the cheese is the opportunity. And here's where the cheese is right now for you. The cheese is helping agents solve their problems, right? We get paid. We are highly rewarded to help people solve problems. If you want to work with more phenomenal agents, you ask yourself, what are the problems they're struggling with, and how can I help them solve those problems? Now, the simple answer is, they need deals that close on time, or they need leads, whatever. It's something wimpy, but I'm asking you to go deeper on that. Ask yourself this question: what are they stressed out about? What are their biggest fears? A lot of agents right now, I'll give you a couple of things. They're struggling. They're struggling because they're doing it's taking them more time and more effort to get paid the same or to get paid less. They're struggling because a lot of them don't know how to have really intelligent conversations with their buyers and sellers on the actual in-depth look at their financing. Yes, it makes sense to move because of all the different moving pieces. They don't know how to have those tough conversations at all. So ask them, what are the ideal agent you want to work with? And I would sit down and make a list. What are the top 2 or 3 things they're struggling with? What are their biggest fears? Where do they feel like they're dropping the ball? And if you don't know, I would pick up the phone and I would call my top 5, 10, 20 agents and ask them some of those questions. What are you struggling with? What's harder this year than last year? What do you need help with? What's your fear? Ask them questions, and I'll tell you what, if you want to make a bunch of money, you're the one that helps them solve those problems. What's interesting is, and this you probably know this, yet let me just highlight it once again, if that's all right. Right. Here's the things they're helping their clients with, right? A lot of their buyers and sellers are struggling with timing. They don't know, when should I do, right? Buy, sell, whatever it is, right? They're struggling with getting their homes ready. They need help through the guidance process, right? They need help on timing the market. They want to know how you're going to help them stand out from the market. These are some of the problems that the buyers and sellers are struggling with. The agents are trying to figure out. My question is, what are the agents struggling with that you need to help them with? And here's what's interesting, right? We did a study a while back, and here's what it came up with. How do agents and why do agents choose the lender they work with? The number one answer was they liked them. The second answer was they communicated with them well, right? They had a good follow-up system. They knew that if they gave them business, they were going to drop the ball. And then the third thing was they helped them grow their business. So that's the big one I want to focus on right now. Is they help them grow their business. So here's the rest, and this. I just want to give you some really tangible things on this. If you want to work with more incredible real estate agents, I'm going to give you the key. And here's the key: help them grow their business. The key is, I want you to take yourself out of the lender seat, or out of the partner seat, or out of the whatever seat, right? The vendor sheet, whatever it is. I want you to see yourself as someone who can help grow and advise them to help grow their business. Now, if you're not that person, you better skill up. You better figure out, how do I get there? How do I help them grow their business, right? So right, and I want you to be the one that helps them think things through. I want you to be the one that helps them grow their business. So guess what? The best lenders in this business that are making the most money are the ones that understand how to help their agents grow their business, which means they're doing things like they're reading the MREA. right? Great books. If you haven't read them, I would read these. I would read the MREA. I was grateful that I'm actually in Canada right now, and I was grateful that my brother's home office, he had all these books. Right, most of them I think I've given to him. Right, go out and read Shift Again. Right, read my book about how to get back up and struggle with tough times. Right, another great one, Success Principles. Or the one thing, you've got to be so good that the agent looks at you as someone who is not just a lender, but someone who helps them grow their business, which means you're going to sit down with them. And here's the biggest mistake I see people make. They make it all about them. I started coaching an agent or a lender about a year ago. And I said, all right, give me your pitch. How good do you think your pitch is? And he goes, I think it's awesome. And I said, obviously it's not, because nobody's working with you. And he gave me the typical pitch he would give a real estate agent. And I'll tell you what, it was all about him. It was about, we close on time, we do this, we got this product, we got this, we got this. It was terrible. Nobody gives a rip about all that stuff. I will tell you again, I know it's important. Nobody gives a rip about it. What they want to know is, do you give a rip about me? And can you help me grow my business? If you learn how to be a partner, or another way of saying that, if you learn how to be a trusted advisor for your real estate agents, you will win, and they will stay with you for life. So here's some things that I would have you do. First off is show up and give them actual value. Now, I know that word value is thrown around a whole lot, but here's what I mean when I say value. Give them something tangible. I would go to open houses. I would say, hey, my name is Wayne. I'm a lender with XYZ. Here's this sheet that helps break down financing options. Or here's something that I got from my real estate coach that I wanted to share with you. Send them something of actual value. And I'm going to give you a bunch of those today, just so you have them. I'm going to give you a couple things like the best ever sheet. I'll give you questions that agents can ask their team members that are really valuable. Stop sending crap and ask yourself this question. Would I want to get what I'm sending? Would it be valuable to me? Right? Show up, give actual value. What could be something of actual value that they would use in their business, and then be consistent. And the things I would look at is I would be in front of them, right? I would go to masterminds. I would go to classes with them. Right? Stop sponsoring classes, start going to the classes, right? If there's bold in your area or something else, right? Go be part of the class, roll up your sleeves and participate with them in those things, right? And the third thing I would do is I would get so good at speaking that I got asked to speak instead of be the sponsor. I would create a half an hour, training, or a 20-minute training, whatever it is. And I would get so good at presenting that there was actual value to agents that they would pay you to show up and present that, instead of just have you be the vendor that brought in lunch and then disappeared, right? Get so good at presenting that they pay you to come be with them, right? Now I do a class, I think we're gonna do it in September, called Take the Stage, right? Teach people how to get on stage. I teach them how to write a class and a presentation. Stop seeing yourself as the vendor that brings lunch and start being the advisor, which means you got to skill up. You got to get great at this. You may need to come take the coaches training I do, or take the stage, right? Get so good at advising and helping to grow their business that's why they want to spend time with you, right? So here's the ABCs of this. If you want the simplest version, the ABCs are: always show up. Not say show up to everything, show up to the key things, right? And for a lot of agents, they may not be at the MLS, hangout party, but they'll probably be at their open house, right? Always show up. The second thing is buy influence by giving value. Buy influence by giving value. You will gain access to be able to connect with them, influence them, spend time with them by giving them actual value. And then the C is consistent. Consistency is, somebody said, what's the one thing that I can do to stand out above everybody else? And I would give you the key. So what's the one thing I can do to stand out above everybody else? And I said, do what nobody else is doing. Be consistent. It's the easiest thing that nobody else is doing. When I say be consistent, maybe you call your list of agents every single Tuesday morning. Like every Tuesday morning. Like they can set their clock by it. It will gain you trust. And I can't tell you how many times I've given somebody business or an opportunity because they were consistent in my life. They weren't bugging me. They were proving to me that they were consistent, right? A couple of the classes that you know, a couple of things that I'm seeing lenders do right now that's really great. One they come up with, and it was so good. Joel Davis, my client in Dallas, he came up with a great presentation on 11 ways for you to get paid. So basically came with a presentation that explained that he gave to his realtors that helps them explain to their clients commission and all the different ways that they can get the commission taken care of. Beautiful. Another thing that he came up with and gave to agents was a way to look at the whole of their finances to help them make decisions, right? Another thing that he did was he shared with agents how he advocates for them, right? Right now, it's a big thing, right? And a lot of lenders are just trying to not lose their clients, let alone advocating for the agent. So he actually came up with how and shared with them how he advocates for the agent during the entire process. It was beautiful. So I want to give you some tools. I'm going to give you actually, I think I have some of them here. I'm going to give you some hooks for things that you can give to agents, right? As value. This is my best to ever form, which I'll tell you a little bit about later. Right, so it's phenomenal. These are some hooks that they can use to create videos. I'm going to give you questions that they can ask their teamers. I want to give you several items of value. Social media schedule for real estate agents that they can adopt and use. I want to give you things that you could turn around and share with agents to give actual value. So if it was me and I was looking to grow my business right now, I'll give you if you have no idea what to do, here's what I would do. I would do 20-20-20. I'm going to make it really simple. And guess what? What blows me away is every single week when I do my podcast, we interview these mega agents or mega lenders or mega whatever, successful in whatever they're doing. And man, every single time when we talk about the beginning of their story, they did simple, unsexy stuff consistently. Simple, unsexy stuff consistently. My mentor years ago, I kept saying, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do to grow my business? And one of the things he told me was it all works if you work it, meaning there's 100 different ways to grow it. Choose the one or two you're going and stay consistent with those. You don't need a 500. You need one or two consistent things you do. So here's the 20-20-20. Every single day, if I was you, I would make 20 calls. If I was brand new, I would do 20-20-20. I would make 20 calls to agents. I would send 20 texts, and I would send 20 direct messages. Every single day. I would give things of actual value, and I would get great at asking questions that invoked conversation. Hey, I'm seeing a lot of agents struggle with this or this. Which one of those is making the biggest impact on your business? Perfect. That's exactly why I put together this list of questions you can ask a buyer. That's exactly why we're doing this. Can I share it with you? Right? 20 calls, 20 texts, 20 direct messages. Give actual items of value and get great at asking questions that invoke a response. Okay. You've all heard what to do 100 times. Get clear on your ideal agent and reach out to them. Y'all, the best way to get an agent to trust you and want to do business with you is give them something of actual value and then stay consistent. Don't be the person that reaches out to them one time. I don't care if they never answer. Right? Get your list of your 20 or 30 year agents and call them every single Tuesday for the next 52 weeks. I guarantee you at some point they will pick up the phone and they will say something to the effect of you're persistent, or something to the effect of like, I can't believe you keep calling me. And you're going to respond to them by going, yeah, how great do you think I'm going to do with your clients? And they're going to go, pretty freaking great. Because I know you follow up. I know you're consistent. I know you're persistent. Lean in hard on that. Okay. Now let me give you a couple of decisions that are going to help you make this the best year of your life. I'm just going to give you a couple. Here's the first decision. The first decision is decide that you are better than you give yourself credit for. Here's what I mean by that. You hear people say, I'm not good at time self-management. How great are you when you have one day left before vacation? Right? When you got one day left before vacation, right? The night before, like, man, I should make a list. And you make this beautiful list. You know exactly what you're supposed to be, you know, where you're supposed to go. You have the checklist, right? You are better at time self-management than you give yourself credit for, because when the pressure's on, you're amazing. Stop selling yourself short. So many things we look at and people go, I'm just not good at tough conversations. We get good. People go, I'm not good at making phone calls. Well, freaking get good. These are not talents that you either got from God or you didn't. These are skills you can develop over time. What ticks me off is when somebody goes, oh man, you're really good at making videos. Yeah, I've made 1,000. And the first did not go so well. They were terrible, right? But it's a skill you build over time. Stop treating things like they're talents and start going, what are the specific things I need to skill up on? One of my clients was bad at networking, right? She goes, I love going to these things. I'm just not getting much business from them. We worked on the skill of connecting, the skill of networking, and she's going to do more business this year than she's ever done in her life. And last year, because of what we worked on, she did more business she'd ever done in her life. And she actually enjoyed it more than ever. But we had to skill up. It wasn't a talent. It was a skill we had to create over time. The second thing that I want you to challenge you to get really, really good at is, let me ask it this way. Has there been a time where you resisted doing something and just made it worse? Meaning, like, has there been a time when you needed to call a client and you suffered about it all day long, and the next day you still needed to call them, you suffered even more. Man, I got to make the call again, right? We oftentimes suffer twice instead of just suffering once. My challenge to you is suffer once instead of suffering twice. If you got to make a tough phone call, just make the thing. There's so many times where I've suffered, and I still had to make the phone call, right? Great people, what they do is they suffer once instead of like belaboring the point, suffering, and then still having to do the thing. Here's one of the graphics that I think is so great. Right? When you look at this, we're all gonna have to go through it. Right? But how often have you been on this emotional journey? And this is the emotional journey to anything great, by the way. We start off with, man, this is the best idea ever, right? I should get into real estate. I should get into lending, right? This is going to be great. I should be self-employed, whatever it is, right? We go, this is fun. Then it's like, man, this is harder than I thought. Then it's, this is going to be a lot of work. And then it's like, this sucks. I have no idea what I'm doing. And then we get to this great place called the dark swamp of despair. Now, I tell you what, most people, when they're trying to level up their life, they get to the dark swamp of despair and they start imagining that it wasn't that bad before. Or they go, I'm just not meant to do this. I'm just not cut out of this. I'm just not meant to be self-employed. I'm just not meant to be a morning person. I'm just not meant to have tough conversations. I'm just not meant to be good on the phone. No, when you get to the dark swamp of despair, I want you to take a breath and realize I'm halfway. When you hit the dark swamp of despair, when you feel like throwing in the towel, when it's at its most brutal, you're halfway. Keep freaking going, right? And then after the dark swamp of despair, you get to, this still sucks, but I'm getting a little better, right? And then all the way up here, it's, man, I'm really proud that I pushed through. I'm really proud that I did not give up on this. I show you this slide because when I'm going through this, when I'm leveling up part of my life, or I'm going through a challenge, it's helpful to remind myself, this, right, when I hit the dark swamp of despair, first off, this is just part of it, and second off, I'm halfway. We all get tilted. We all have tough days, but the more you can suffer once instead of suffer twice, and the better you can get at recovering, the more powerful you're going to be. And for the sake of time, I'm not going to go too far into this, but what I want you to realize is your ability to recover quickly is going to be one of the biggest differentiators between you and everybody else. Right? Those who recover slow sit on the sidelines for most of their life. You're going to get tilted. We're going to have bad days, right? On good days, it's like we're focused, intelligent, aware, relentless, confident, driven, all these great things. And then we get tilted. Something bad happens, or we're learning a new skill, or the market doesn't do what we want it to do. And we can get aggressive, arrogant, obsessive, cutthroat, irrational. We can get tilted. And you've got to develop the skill of, how do I get back? How do you get back to the true me? And some of the best things you can do is ask yourself questions. And if you want to go here, you can get my book that has great questions in there that will help you recover quickly. Yet what I recognize is most people don't have recovery strategies pre-planned. So for you, what are some of the ways you're going to, and take a second after today and think about this for a moment. What are the ways you're going to recover intentionally when you have a bad day? Maybe it's you need to meditate for 5 minutes. Maybe you need to take a 5-minute walk. Maybe you need to call a friend that can help talk it out. Maybe you need to ask yourself some of the questions that are in the book. But I want to challenge you, and I'm going to give you a couple that help me a lot here in just a second. But my challenge is to recover quickly as you go through this year. Because here's the truth of the matter, and you all get this. Anybody can get excited. Anybody can get excited about a new year or about goals or whatever it is. but it takes another gear, takes tools, and another gear to stay consistent, which means today and after everything you're going to learn right through this entire thing is you're going to learn lots of different strategies, lots of different ways things do. My question for you is, or my challenge for you, is to choose one or two things and then do them when you don't feel like doing them. And I think it was Steve Covey who came up with with one of the definitions of commitment that I love. He said, commitment is doing what I said I was going to do, even when I don't feel like doing it. My challenge is, are you going to be, you probably heard it said, enthusiasm is common, but endurance is rare. A quote that I have on the wall in my office is this. I put it on the slides because I like it so much. Mine's worded a little bit differently, but it says, losers wait for motivation, and winners get stuff done. I put that on the wall in my office to remind me at any moment I don't feel like doing it. It reminds me, right? Losers go based off their emotions. Winners do it when they don't feel like doing it. And the question is, are you someone that does it when you don't feel like doing it? That's the magic. The magic is doing it when you don't feel like doing it. So one of the things that I would challenge you to do, especially after these 2 days, is figure out what are the one or two actions you want to consistently take based on what you've learned. What are the one or two things that, man, if I do these right every single day, right throughout the rest of this year, it's going to be a hell yeah year. So one of the things I did in my home office is I have a jar of marbles, and there's 220 marbles in one jar, and every day I take a marble, and if I did my most important activities that day, the 2 or 3 most important things I said I was going to do, maybe it's make my 20 calls, maybe it's do my 10 messages, whatever that is, I get to move a marble from one jar to the other. Now, if I didn't do it, I have to throw the marble away. Every day, it's like if I get 220 of these, if I do my most important key activity every day for 225 days, which is about how many days I'm going to work in a year, I know I'm going to win. But every day I'm making a vote. When I don't do it, I'm voting to not have the outcome in the year that I want to have. When I do it, I get to take that marble, put it in the jar. Hey, today I did the most important things, and I'm voting for me. I'm voting for the results. And here's the thing: when you look at this, this is huge. And by the way, in just a second, I'm going to give you a QR code, and I'll send you a bunch of things you can share with agents, a bunch of different things that you can have to give actual value. But before I do that, I want to give you these questions. And this is the I call it the jokingly I call it the WWRD. And make sure you write these down. Your focus will determine everything this year. So the first question is, are you going to focus on what you can control or focus on what you can't control? Tell you what, people that consistently focus on what they can't control live in misery. Right? You probably know someone that all they do is focus on what they can't control, and it drives you insane. On a daily basis, I have to ask myself, what do I can control? Right? What's within my control? Right? Right. So the first question is, what can you control? Second question is, what do you have? I can either focus on what I have, or I can focus on what I don't have. People that focus on what they can't control and focus on what they don't have are miserable. The people that are succeeding and are happy and fulfilled and doing great things focus on what they can control, and they focus on what they do have. You might not have all the money, but maybe you have time. You might not have all the time, but you have your artistic talent. Whatever it is, right? What do you control? What do you have? The third question is right, what do I need to do right now? Right? What's the next right thing? And I love that question because sometimes when I spiral or I get overwhelmed or anxiety starts kicking in, usually anxiety is a lack of clarity. And the best medication for anxiety is gaining clarity. And sometimes I can't figure out the next 400 steps, but I can figure out what is the next right step. Right? So what can I control, especially if you're having a bad day? I love these questions. What can I control? What do I have? What's the next right action? What's the next thing right action I can do? And then do it right now. I love those questions. At the end of the day, there's two voices in your head, and in every story, there's a villain and there's a hero. The villain steals, the hero fulfills, and they're both yapping at you all day long. But here's what I want you to get: the villain does this. The villain is that little voice in your head that's trying to hold you back. And the villain is the villain gets you stuck. The villain convinces you to settle, and the villain gets you to self-sabotage, right? So we get stuck. It's like I was trying to be a morning person. I kept not doing it, it wasn't working out. I was going, it's not that bad when I wasn't a morning person, right? I settle for where I'm at, right? Or people get stuck, man, I'm not great at phone calls. And they go, you know what, I don't really need to be good at this. And they actually self-sabotage to stay there. Right here, so the question is, who are you going to listen to? The villain's going to say this. The villain's going to tell you, and I want you to hear this. The villain's going to tell you that you don't have enough. You don't know enough. That you're not enough. The hero says you were born to win. You were born to be the hero. You're born to be the hero of your own journey. Because when you're the hero of your journey, it helps you empower others to do the same thing. The hero says change is up to you. But the hero also says you must start right now, where you are with what you have. You might not have all the bells and whistles. You might not have every single thing you ever wished for. But my challenge for you is, revoke the villain. You are enough. The fact that you are here signals to me that you want this, that you are ready for the next level. Life might be amazing, but you know in your gut that there's another level that you want to get to, right? The hero is I believe the true you, the true voice in you, right? Which says you're born to win, you're born to be your own hero, and change is up to you. And start right now where you are with what you have, and you get to choose what you focus on. You know, this is one of the sheets that I love using every day. I use this every single morning. It's a little tool that I want to share with you because I really appreciate it. You know, I set my year goals and we do quarterly reviews and all that stuff. But every single day, sitting down and going, okay, what am I grateful for? I rewrite my 90-day goals every day to remind myself what I'm after this quarter. And then I write down my 2 or 3 must. What are the 2 or 3 most important things that if I may not get everything done, but what are the 2 or 3 most important things that if I get those done, it was a hell yeah day. And I love that this simple tool because it allows me to focus and stay in my lane. And at the end of the day, I don't always do this, but it's so good to do. At the end of the day, I write down what are some of the things I've learned, what are some of my wins from the day, and what am I grateful for. I'll tell you what, you put these bookends on your day and it changes everything. Right? You start your day with gratitude, what are my 2 or 3 must, and you end your day with what did I learn, what are my wins, and what am I most grateful for. Powerful, powerful way to start and to end your day. And I love this quote, one day in retrospect, the years of struggle will strike you as the most beautiful years. So my challenge for you from this, choose the 1 or 2 things you need to do. And then lean the hell in, right? I love our creed at the Hero Nation is I'll become my own hero because my soul demands it, my family deserves it, and the world is starved for it. I believe you were born to win. I believe you were born to be the hero of your own story. And I believe you were born to continue to grow into the greatest version of you. So I said I would give this to you. So I'm going to leave this on the screen. I am Wayne Salmans, coach with the Hero Nation coaching company. I would love for you, and I'll put the other one up here in just a second, but I'm going to leave this up for a minute. Go give me some feedback. I believe feedback is the breakfast of champions. So go give me some feedback on there. If you're interested in coaching, put, hey, I'm interested in having a coaching call. But anybody that fills this out, I will send you a bunch of different things you can share with agents to give actual value. And one of the best things, let me say one more thing, and I'll put the back after. I'll give a real call to action to you. To those of you that really want to have an insane year, I would challenge you to hire a real estate coach. Hire a coach like me that is working with so many incredible of the top agents. I work with some of the top agents in the entire world. Hire a coach to help you get phenomenal at knowing how to work with top agents and at coaching those top agents, right? So many of my clients win and have their business grow more than ever because I help them get inside of the mind of the top agents and help them know how to help them solve their problems. They became a trusted advocate partner with those amazing agents because I was able to say, you know, one of my clients said, actually, she said this, I think it was just a couple of days ago. She goes, she was celebrating a lot of her wins from last year. And I said something to the effect of like, absolutely, Lisa. Yeah, you would have 100% been able to do this. You know, you would have done this on your own. Like I know you would have figured it out. And she goes, I would have figured it out. It just would have taken me 10 years longer. right? The greatest part about having a coach is that I'm able to help my clients collapse time. The hardest way to win is to learn everything by trial and error. One of the best ways to win is learning from R&D. Let someone else do the research and development to collapse time. So that would be my challenge. If you're interested in that, right, get on Facebook, get on social media, send me, go to, it's Wayne Salmans on all of them. Send me a direct message and I'll send you some what it looks like to coach with me. I'd love to share it with you. All right. My challenge for you right now is fill this out, fill the survey out, and I will send you everything I've got, or a bunch of things I've got that you can use to coach great agents. Thank you, my friends, for having me. Kick some butt, take some names, have an incredible rest of your time. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us. And I do apologize. I think we might have had some issues with the screen sharing. So I'm going to get that fixed. And I think I can send out the video of that so you guys can get all that information that apparently wasn't working. So I apologize for that. I want to thank everyone who tuned in live, everyone that's watching the replay. This has been an amazing 2 days. Thank all of our sponsors. Thank all of our amazing speakers. Go follow them all on social. Give them some kudos for a great time that they showed us the last couple of days. And again, if anybody's interested in joining our paid mastermind program, please come check it out. It's an amazing time. We have some awesome people in there. And just message me for details. And that's it. I appreciate everybody for joining us. And I hope you have a great day. And we'll talk to you all soon.